Hello, how is everybody today? Welcome into my latest live stream. And you may recognize the computer from the earlier virus removal repair video that was done live the other day. And that is because I need your help. That's right. Gonna make this a fun one. I actually kind of regret just not reinstalling Windows all over again on this one. It probably would have been faster. I received a question in the comments. I don't know why people post questions in the comments, but I received a questionnaire that asked, how do you decide when to reinstall? What do you see when the computer comes in that you go, oh, I'm not even going to try and repair it. I'm going to do a complete wipe and reinstall. It doesn't work like that. Basically, it's based on a number of variables, more than I can name, and it all just happens automatically in my brain. For example, if I was at a business and all the computers were configured identically and everything's on the server, that's an automatic wipe and reinstall right off the bat. Just get in and out as quickly as possible. When I'm dealing with certain customers, depending on their situation, if they have data backed up, if they appear to know their computer, if they appear to be computer savvy, might lean more towards a reinstall, but I really don't like reinstalling in general because you're not fixing anything. Anybody can wipe and reinstall. You need no experience and no technical knowledge. And it's just, you could talk to a homeless person on the street and they can tell you, oh, just wipe and reinstall. There's no real skill there. So I much prefer to exercise my skill and continue to learn more and expand my knowledge, because 100,000 new malware threats are released to the internet each and every day. Yes, 100,000 each and every day. So there's always an opportunity to learn more, and sometimes you end up getting stuck. So in this case, I'm stuck, and I'll explain to you what the situation here is in a minute. But just continuing to answer that question, at what point do you decide to reinstall? Sometimes it's based on whether or not you feel like you're getting any if you feel like you're getting somewhere with the computer, like you start removing things and things are coming off, everything looks pretty good. Other times, if you're not making any progress at all, that was the word I was looking for, if you're not making any progress right off the bat, just do the reinstall, because otherwise you're going to get frustrated and angry and upset. So I've got a slightly different configuration here today where I'm going to go ahead and use the normal monitor I'm using to do the live stream. I went ahead and pulled another monitor out over here, and it'll be a little weird for me because I've got to come around this side of the table to see the chat, and then I've got to go around that side of the counter to work on the computer. So here's the situation. The computer did not have the latest Windows 10 on it, and so after I finished the live stream, I was going through Windows Update. Windows Update says, hey, you're all up to date. And I'm like, well, no, I'm not. This doesn't have the Creators Update on it. So I downloaded the Windows Upgrade Assistant, and it said, hey, you're missing the Windows Upgrade, the Windows 10 Creators Update. And I said, yeah, I know. That's why I downloaded you. So it's great. I'll install it. That started around midnight, I think, and I went to bed. And, I went to bed after that. But anyway, when I woke up in the morning, it had finished 5 hours later. So I'm glad I went to bed. It finished at like 5 in the morning. And I thought that everything's good to go. I'll just put TeamViewer on the computer, so if the customer has any problems in the future, I'll be able to help them remotely. Now, I don't generally help people with TeamViewer remotely unless I've had their computer in my office and I've been able to verify that everything on the computer is in good health. The fans are running, hard drive is healthy, everything's good. So even if I've had a customer's computer here in my office and it's been over a year, I am reluctant to work on it remotely. So those of you out there who are about ready to type and ask, hey, will you work on my computer? No, I won't. It's dangerous and it's irresponsible, because if you have failing parts, that'll just, if it dies while it's being worked on remotely, your chance of data recovery just went right down the toilet and it got real expensive. So I've always said to people, and I'll continue to say it, that the best of intentions have pretty much paid for my car. So people have the best of intentions. They go, here, I'll give you some software for free, and they downloaded it somewhere off BitTorrent, and now they just infected your computer, and now your computer blue screens all the time, or your identity gets stolen, all because your friend wanted to help you. So keep that in mind and take your own risks, but don't accept the risks of other people unless you understand that you're taking those risks. I think a lot of people don't really realize exactly how much risk they're accepting when they let a friend reconfigure or alter their computer in any way, shape, or form. Unless that's a regular thing, like a regular friend who continues to do it for you over time. If it's just like a first time, I would be very, very cautious unless the computer's already in bad shape, and then you don't have much to lose, right? So that catches you up to date with what's going on there. Let me say hello to folks in the chat room. We got 250 people watching right now, so hello. Do me a favor and tell me where you're from in the chat. I see GL Thunder says he's from Michigan. Anybody from Michigan's okay in my book. Welcome into the chat. Actually, anybody in the chat's okay in my book. And I see we've got Elliot Fleming in there. I met Elliot when I was in Chicago a couple of years ago. We hung out and went to dinner, and we went up to the 93rd floor of the Hancock building. There's a restaurant up there in Chicago. It's really cool. And we've got Poland and Germany and Finland and Switzerland and Slovenia and Ecuador, wow. Slovakia, Canada, Mexico, Ireland, Canada, Texas, California, England, Chicago, Illinois, Belgium, Florida, Virginia, Brazil. This is awesome. All right, so listen, when this video is done being live and it's made available, so instead of being in chat, you'll see a comment section. Go ahead and put in the comment section where you're from. It's really cool to see that the reach that the channel has around the world. It's the best feeling in the world, and it's the best counter to the trolls. And the trolls have really gone down a lot. I'm really happy about that. So let's see if I can train my brain to stop talking about and reacting to trolls and focus on all you good folks out there. You're the good people, and let's move forward. So here we are with the computer from the last live stream, and I have run a number of utilities on it. And I've come across a very, very strange problem. And it happened at the very end of the repair when I thought I was done, and all I was going to do was put a license on for Malwarebytes and then install TeamViewer, and it was going to be good to go. The website for TeamViewer will not come up on this computer. Now, I've run a hard line to my router, which is what you're seeing the live stream on, and the router works fine. I can go to any other computer, and I can go to teamviewer.com, not a problem. I can go to other websites on this computer, not a problem. But when I try to get to TeamViewer, I get a connection refused, and I'm wondering if it might be something left over from that itty bitty, whatever that thing was, or if it might be left over from that anonymizer program somewhere in the registry. So I've run a number of cleanup tools. Now, there's a couple of things I'm thinking. One is to create a new user profile, just to see if it's related to the user profile, which it may be. I have disabled the Windows firewall. I have run sysinternals and looked for things that don't belong. Everything looks good to me. I have run a couple of other antivirus, anti-malware utilities. Nothing from ADW Cleaner to Zarina, something I never heard before. And Mr. Meeseeks just fell down back here. I think Mr. Meeseeks' head is too big. Come on, Mr. Meeseeks. What's going on, buddy? I have to bend you back the other way. How's that? Yeah, keep an eye on him, Morty. All right, Morty. That was terrible. All right, so anyway, I'm looking for some suggestions on why some sites will load on this and some sites will not. It is... folks are saying check the DNS records. I ran through the whole WinSock reset, flushing the DNS, already did that. But please don't, just keep the suggestions coming. I'll let you know if I've done it. Bonsai Buddy. I don't see Bonsai Buddy in this computer at all. So I didn't look for it. You know, like I didn't go through the registry looking for Bonsai Buddy, but I did look through add remove programs, and I've looked through the sysinternals auto runs, and I don't see anything like Bonsai Buddy running there. Check the host file. Yes, I've been meaning to check the host file. However, it's my concern, or it's my belief, and again, this is no way to fix a computer. It's my belief that Malwarebytes resets the host file when it runs, but I do need to manually check it. I cannot make that assumption. It'd be weird for TeamViewer to be in the like a redirected to like 127.0.0.1. I'm sorry if this is a little technical for some of the novices out there, but I'm trying to get this done quickly. IP config release renew, been there, done that, didn't make a difference. Try pinging the IP and the domain name. Oh, that's a really good idea. That's from Dave. I have not tried that yet. That's a great idea. Thank you for that. Have you reinstalled search engine? I haven't installed any search engine. I'm not exactly sure what that means. Go to safe mode. Yeah, I could boot into safe mode with networking and see if the problem still exists. That's another great suggestion. And of course, I could try going to the IP address directly rather than trying to go to TeamViewer.com. I could go to TeamViewer's IP. Use trace route, which is a DOS command to trace it. Good idea. Any proxy settings? No, I can't. It's interesting because the error is connection refused, and it's related to a proxy, but there are no proxies running. I've gone into the registry and removed any proxy settings in there, and it hasn't made any difference whatsoever. Someone's telling me Malwarebytes does not reset the host file. I do recall it used to, unless I'm confusing it with another application. Everybody keeps going back to DNS settings. I don't think it's a DNS setting problem. I've checked the DNS settings, and it is grabbing them from my router. When the router is using OpenDNS, and like I said, I can go to any other computer and go to TeamViewer.com on the same network here, and it comes up just like it should. It's only on this computer. Let me show you the error, because it'll help if you guys get it word for word. If you guys are just going to go to Google and search it, pretty much anything you come up with, I have pretty much tried. Excuse me. So here I've got the screen up. It's going to be a little small for you guys to see it, but at least I can read it out loud. So I can bring up Google Chrome, for example, and I can pretty much go to any website I want to go to. If I want to go to YouTube, you'll see YouTube comes up as it should. Well, it's weird, because if I had not tried to put TeamViewer on this, I would have delivered it back assuming it was fixed. And that can happen if you're not thorough. And this is just stumbled on, right? And here it says, site cannot be reached. TeamViewer.com refused to connect. Error, or ERR, underscore connection refused. And it'll do this in Microsoft Edge as well, so it's not browser related. So let's try a couple of suggestions there, a couple of really good suggestions. Let me bring up the command prompt. And I know Microsoft's getting rid of this command prompt. They want everybody to use PowerShell. I don't know how to use PowerShell. I really don't want to learn it. I'm probably going to have to. This is what sucks about getting older. You have all this knowledge and information in your brain that's completely worthless over time. You get to start over again. It's like having this dog perfectly trained and the dog dies, and you have to get a new dog and start all over with the training. All right, let's see, ping TeamViewer.com. So I'm getting an IP address here, and it's timing out. That's interesting. It appears to be a firewall issue, if I had to guess. Got my Coke today. All right. I'm going to lean in. If you see me leaning in over here, I'm looking at your chat, so that's what I'm doing. Check the host file. Yeah, everybody keeps saying check the host file, and I've been meaning to do it. I keep getting distracted just to verify what I assumed is Malwarebytes taking care of that for me. But so the host file, we'd have to go to, let's see, this PC, we'll go to C drive, we go to Windows. Let me remember where this is. System 32, I think. And then I think it's drivers, and then etc., or etc. There's our host file. Right click, open with, we'll just open with Notepad. Oh, wow, look at this. This is very interesting. TeamViewer is listed in here, resolving to 127.0.0.1, along with pretty much every remote access Show My PC. That is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Sometimes, and here's the takeaway from this. Sometimes, I know I'm not the only one who does this, you overthink a simple problem. For everybody in the chat who suggested checking the host file, give them a cookie. That is a fantastic job you guys did. Bang on. This, now here's the question, where did it come from? What program put all of these, gotta go this way. What program put all of these remote access programs in the host file? And you know, it's funny because when you go to Malwarebytes website, they have a tool library. And one of the applications I download is to reset the host file. And I haven't gotten around to it yet because, and you can't do this as a technician. You can't do what I did, which is figure there's no point, like I'll download it, but then I didn't run it because I thought it's probably just going to be a waste of my time. It's probably, just like everything else, it's just going to waste my time. And you cannot do that when you're a tech. So right there, I'm guilty of it. I've done it. And it's a matter of, I did all the complicated stuff. And I will tell you, that's something about me that I've realized. I will overthink a problem. I will go to a door that won't open. Just, you know, I'm going into a store, right? And the door won't open. And the first thing I'll do is I look to see if I look for hours. Is it open today? Are they closed? I look in the gap in the door to see if the little latch is closed. I look in the door to see is anybody inside, and I see people inside. And then I go, oh, you have to pull on the door or push on it. It was the opposite of what I was doing. And then immediately I look around to see if anybody saw me do all that. Way overthinking it. So there you go. So let me go ahead and take these out. It's fascinating to me that pretty much there's log me in 123, show my PC, Supremo control, Amy, arrow admin, join.me, every single splash top, go to my PC, Mikogo, radmin, fast viewer, beanieware, Zoho, every single one, even secure.log me and rescue. And all I have to do, for those of you who are unfamiliar with this, I just have to highlight all of that and hit the delete button. Well, it didn't delete. Do it again. Let me highlight all of, whoa, there's even more. Okay, so this stuff, the 0.0, this is from Unchecky, a program I recommend. So Unchecky adds these rules to remove unwanted software that often gets bundled with things like Java or other free applications. I got to get down here. And that stuff I want to leave in. And it actually tells me this is where the Unchecky, it says Unchecky begin. These rules were added by the Unchecky program. We want to keep all that, so that's fine. And then there's an Unchecky end. So everything looks good there, right? And this certainly is a strange problem. What are the odds I would have stumbled into that? And we're just going to save the host file now that we've altered it here. You don't have permission. Oh, okay, so here's the other thing I didn't do. I have to open the host file with administrative rules, administrative access. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I'll tell you what, let's save it so I don't have to do it again. And let's, no, you know what, let's not save it. It's not a big deal. Let's cancel that. Don't save. Right click, open with, right click. So how do I do this with administrator access? Oh, it's been so long since I've had to do this. I could just... My mind just went blank. I know I can save it and then copy it back over, but there should be a way to just open it as an admin. So I can open, there's a good suggestion in the chat, which is to open Notepad as an admin and then open, once Notepad is open, then go into that directory. What a pain in the butt. But I think that's probably what I'm going to have to do. So let's go to Notepad. Right-click, run as administrator, file and open, and then I got to dig down into that directory, which is C drive, and then Windows. The good news is that Microsoft hasn't moved this. It's pretty much in the same spot, the host file, that it's always been since Windows XP. So System32, and then drivers, and then etc. And then I have to say, right here it's saying open text documents only. I want to say open all files. Now I can see the contents of that directory, hosts. I'm going to go and highlight all these 127001s. Now you should know, if you're a newbie and you're kind of looking at this stuff, when you see the hashtag or the pound sign, that is a remark. That means it's just there as a notation. It's not a computer control. So if you put a hashtag, you can write whatever you want, and the computer ignores that. And it's just there for notes, so you can keep track of, like this, where unchecky says it begins and it ends. You could write anything in there. It doesn't matter. The pound sign says, or the hashtag says, ignore everything after this to the computer until you hit the next line. Now we should be able to save that since we're running as admin, and we did. And at that point, I shouldn't even have to reboot. I should be able to just go ahead and start Chrome again, repeat what I already did, which is to go back to TeamViewer. And TeamViewer should come up now. I'm pretty confident it will. Yeah, there it is. You guys rock. Very good. Thank you. Thank you for your help. And I've got another repair coming up. I've got to change a hard drive in a laptop, which includes a data transfer clone. Can you route everything to 127.0.0.1? Sure. You won't be able to get on the internet. You might as well just unplug it from the internet. He spent 4 hours on this. If he'd have nuked it, he'd have been done by now. Yeah, that's probably true. So again, when we get back to do you nuke it or do you fix it? How much is education worth? I learned a really valuable lesson that I would not have learned if I had nuked and paved this. If I had nuked and paved it, I would have gone through all of the standard procedure, and this came with Windows 8.1. It didn't come with Windows 10. So if I do the restore from Acer, it's going to restore it back to 8.1. If I wipe the hard drive, then the customer loses their ability to restore, right? Because then they're going to have a regular Windows 10 install. And furthermore, so I wipe the hard drive, I install Windows 10, everything goes exactly like it's gone a million times before, and I have learned nothing. Now, this isn't a matter of pride. I knew to check the host file, and my overconfidence and frustration discouraged my own, I shot myself down, if you will. I was my own worst enemy, and said I should do it, and then made excuses for why I didn't do it. And that's the lesson I learned. How much is that lesson worth? Is that worth 4 hours of my time if it means the next time I get a call like that, the first thing I'm going to do after this? I'm going to check the host file. That's the very first thing. And this is what changes attitude, and this is how we learn. Anybody can go back in hindsight and go, it would have been faster if I'd have done it this way. But that lesson that you learned, in order to be able to come to that conclusion, you could not have come to any other way. And there's no shame in it. There's no, if anything, it's the opposite. When you nuke and pave, you are robbing yourself of an opportunity to learn. Now, when somebody's paying you by the hour, that's a different situation. you know, that if I was being paid by the hour for this, the nuke and pave would have been the right way to go. And then I would encourage the customer to do like a Windows 10 system image backup so that they would be able to recover in the future, since it would wipe out all of the factory recovery partitions that the Acer came with. So, you know, this is all great. This is wonderful. And you know, there's a certain part of me that's embarrassed about it, but there's another part of me that's like, you know, embarrassment doesn't matter. In the whole scheme of life, your ego and your pride and embarrassment mean nothing when you're dead. You know, you're a human being. You're going to make mistakes. Be a man, you know, or I guess that's politically incorrect to say that. But have some willingness to admit, you know what, I screwed up. I should have done better. I should have known better. And do it in front of a live audience with 414 people watching. It's okay. Nothing bad is going to happen to me because I admitted I screwed up. And you guys helped me, and I want to say thank you for that. There's no shame in any of that. So, again, thank you guys. And there's also no shame in asking for help. You know, too many people, they let their pride and their ego get in the way. And sometimes it's just another set of eyes. Sometimes we've all done that, right? We've gone to the store and we can't find what we're looking for. And we look for somebody to help us, or somebody says, you know, can I help you? And you go, yeah. Where do you have the gadgets? And they go, the gadgets right there, right here in front of you? Yeah, those are the ones I was looking for. I have done that so many times. I've done it so many times that what happens now is I go to a store and I go, where do you have the, you know, the whatevers? And they go, we don't stock them. And I'm like, oh, thank God. I thought I wasn't seeing them. That's the point I've gotten to in my life. So, all right. So what do we got? 415 people watching. And we got to have some admins in here because, you know, we've got some people, like I say, there's been really good on lack of trolls. And I would like to see, do we have any admins in here? If you're an admin, or I'm sorry, a moderator in the chat, please speak up and let me know. Otherwise, I may need to assign somebody because I can't do this any other at the same time. So, Bill Leatherland, I know Bill, and I'm going to make him a moderator if he wants to do it. He doesn't have to, but I'm going to make him one anyway. Bill, for those of you who don't know, Bill is in England, and he's been following this channel for years and supporting it financially. I've never met Bill. I want to meet Bill someday. And I won't get into Bill's personal story, but Bill is a very generous person who has every reason not to be, I guess would be the best way to say it. So there are people, it's pretty rare, there are people I've never met that just through familiarity and through the way that they show their support, I consider myself friends with. I feel like I already know him. And it's always a pleasure to see Bill. In fact, we've never actually spoken, and that's something we have to do one day, Bill. You know, bring up Skype and chat with each other. There's a big time difference between Phoenix and England. I think it's 8 or 9 hours, but super guy. And again, not solely because of financial support. The financial support that he has contributed to the channel just adds to the sincerity and the authenticity and the genuineness of the kind of person that he is. And you'll see Bill's name as an executive producer on the Xenos build when I get that available for everybody. And man, I wish I had more viewers like Bill. He's just a fantastic guy. So anyway, enough of me kissing Bill's butt. I do like the guy, though. You know, so Kenny in the chat room says, I don't have any money or I would support you financially. It's not just about that. It's about verbal support. It's about sticking around for years. You know, somebody might be like, hey, I love your channel, and then you never hear from them again. You know, somebody who comes back every few months and says, hey, I caught your video, great job, or you could have done this, or you forgot to do that. They're not mean to me. They're not like, you know, you're a real idiot. You should have known to check the host file. I'm very disappointed. Any first grader would have known to do that. You know, I don't need that nonsense in my life. And people who call themselves fans who want to make some kind of a competition over who knows more, those people I don't need in my life. So, anyway. So now I've got that problem resolved, and I can get that ready to be delivered to the customer. So let me go ahead and shut this down. Oh, it feels so good. I worked on this all day. Not all day. I spent way too much time on this. Way more than I should have. I know better. I know better. And apparently I don't. See? If you have any questions in the chat, well, this is shutting down and I'm going to prep the laptop. I'm not ending the live session. It's going to keep going because I've got the laptop to bring out next. So while I'm doing that, does anybody have any technical questions that I can help with? Am I going to install TeamViewer? Yes, I will install that off camera when the TeamViewer ID isn't exposed to all of you. I watch you from Slovakia. That's awesome. Slovakia, Banska, I don't know that word, Bystrica. Can you brief tell about 127.0.0.1? What is it? Yeah, good question. So one of the things that's really important to me is that my channel is always appealing to novices. Sometimes what ends up happening is because I'm talking about tech stuff, then other tech people get in, start policing it, and then I have to respond back. I don't have to, but I feel obligated or compelled to respond back in a technical manner. And then the poor novices that I've been trying to, make my show appealing to, make my channel appealing to, get lost in that. So I have to keep bringing it back to the novices. An IP address is like a phone number, right? We don't really know phone numbers anymore. Like when I was growing up as a kid, I knew my parents' phone number. But then on the other hand, people had one phone and the whole family shared it. But I had friends and I knew their phone numbers. I don't know anybody's phone number anymore. Human beings aren't good at remembering numbers. We're good at remembering names. So when you go to dial, like if I go to dial my dad, I don't know his phone number, but I look in my contacts list on my phone and I push dial dad, and it associates the word dad with the phone number that's attached to him and calls that number. It's like a crutch. The technology helps us, but at the same time, things I used to know I don't know anymore. Like my dad's phone number. When you want to go to Google, the computer doesn't know Google any more than my phone knows dad. My phone cannot dial DAD. It won't get me anywhere. There's a number associated with dad, or maybe several numbers, a home number, a cell number, but there's a number associated with dad. And when I say dad, the computer goes, oh, that's this number, I'll call that number. When you go to Google, a DNS server translates that just like your contacts in your phone. It goes, oh, Google is actually this 12-digit number, right? It'll be something dot something dot something dot something. That's what a DNS server does. A domain name server looks up the name to find the associated number and then directs your browser there. That's how that works. There is a domain called 127.0.0.1 on every computer operating system. That means home. And home means you're directing it back to itself. That's how you prevent certain websites, or could be advertising sources or pornographic sites or shopping sites. If you're a business and you want to block those, it's a very simple procedure that'll cost you nothing. You don't have to install any software. You just edit your host file, you put in the domain you want to block, and you point it to 127.0.0.1. If you go to some websites, you'll see they sell welcome mats, that go by your front door of your house. And if you're a nerd, you get the humor in it when it says there's no place like 127.0.0.1 right on the welcome mat. Because 127.0.0.1 equals home. There's no place like home. There's no place like 127.0.0.1 is the same thing, right? It'd be like they also sell shirts that say there's only trying to remember how it went. There's only 10 kinds of people. It's 10. There's only 10 kinds of people. Those who understand binary and those who don't. And you go, well, it doesn't make any sense. That's 10. No, it's 2. It's really hilarious if you're a nerd. It's really geeky humor. And you can Google, what is 127.0.0.1. Wikipedia will have an article on it. A lot of sites will explain it. Other YouTube videos will explain it. It's just basic network stuff. So whether you actually go out on the internet or you have a local LAN and you want to block certain things on the LAN, you would point those things to 127.0.0.1, and that's how we can control what traffic we allow out. It's one of many, many, many ways. Hopefully that's a good analogy for you. So there are other non-routable IP addresses. A non-routable IP address would be the address your computer gets assigned by your router. Typically begins with 192.168 or 10.0 or 10. Whatever. Sometimes even 172. Those are non-routable IP addresses, meaning they only work within the network. They don't go outside of the building. And if you want to learn more about that, you can learn more about just networking basics, what IP addresses are. IP stands for Internet Protocol. Of course, we know TCP/IP. Anyway, we can get well into this, and it's not my intention to consume my live stream with a lecture on networking, but that's the basics of what 127.0.0.1 is and what the host file does. The host file, you could even redirect. Like if somebody tries to go to Bing, you can actually have Bing redirect to Google. If they try to go to Yahoo, go to Google. You can really mess with somebody's computer if you know this information and you want to screw around with their, with them. Are we going to see your repair? I'm actually going to do an upgrade, and I need to disconnect this computer and set it aside and get my customer's laptop out of the bag. So why don't I do that now while I'm talking to you? Do we have any other questions in the chat? I'm sorry if you asked anything while I was talking. I missed it. You're going to have to type your question again. Somebody says it's not live. Okay. Well, tell me that's not live. You can sit in timeout for a while and you can decide that. Is Threadripper good if you only game on a PC? No, Threadripper is pointless if you game. If you game, Intel makes a superior processor than AMD. Like the equivalent level of Intel processor to the equivalent level of AMD, the Intel will be better at gaming. That's not a dig at AMD, all right? Some people think I'm anti-AMD, and it's not true at all. I'm not anti-AMD. I build what customers want me to build. Customers don't want me to build AMDs. Now, why? How can you say that games play better on Intel than on AMD unless you're an AMD fanboy? Because the game coders, the people who program the games, have been optimizing them for Intel chips. Over time, the game developers will start optimizing for the new AMD Ryzen chips because they're worth optimizing for. They are good chips, but right now, where they benefit, where AMD Ryzen and Threadripper benefits, is from work-related tasks and multi-core threaded applications. Generally speaking, most games are not coded for more than 2 cores, and rarely 4 cores, very rare. So what are you going to do with 18 cores or 20 cores or 1,000,000 cores? What good is it if you're only using 2 or 4 when you game? It's a complete waste of money. But what if you're encoding 4K video or 3D surround video, 360 video, or something that's really processor intensive with an application like Adobe Premiere or other video editing software or CAD software, engineering software that needs as many cores as you can throw at it because it was created by the developer to take advantage, to look for those cores and use those cores. That is where you're going to see a benefit from things like Core i9 and Threadripper. So Ryzen is a cheaper alternative to Intel on the gaming side, if you're comparing apples to apples, not to make a pun, but if you're comparing an equivalent Intel chip to an equivalent AMD chip, the AMD chip will be cheaper, and it will be slower in games, but it may be faster in actual work-related tasks that take advantage of multi-threaded applications. So gaming is not a multi-threaded application, not beyond, again, usually 2 cores, rarely 4 cores. And having any more than 4 cores, if you're a gamer, is a waste of your money now. Now, at some point in the future, they may start developing games utilizing more cores. There may be 1 or 2 games out there now that do. But for the most part, these games are all developed for the average consumer, the needs of the, what's going to meet the needs of the average consumer. And the average consumer has 4 cores or less right now. As time changes, the developers will change. So do you buy the chip today, paying top dollar for the chip, because it's only going to get cheaper and faster chips are always coming out, for what the future might hold at some point eventually, could be next week, could be next year, could be 10 years from now? Or do you buy your needs to, do you buy today for what your needs are today, with some consideration given mildly to what you think the future is going to come out with? So that's the basis there. Faster gigahertz is better for games. Some games are going to be more CPU intensive and some are going to be more GPU intensive. You could get yourself a Pentium G series chip and slap in a GTX 1080 and some games will play exactly the same frame rate as your buddy who's got a Threadripper. Exactly the same, with the same graphics card, because it's limited then to the graphics card. So hopefully we'll start seeing game developers start optimizing the games for AMD Ryzen chips. And when they do, that's when things are going to get real interesting. But when that happens, Intel will already have responded, I assure you, with something that makes it even faster. It seems like AMD is always playing catch up. They are never leading the way. And that's what disappoints me about the Ryzen chip, and it's what I said right from the get-go. They keep comparing themselves as good as Intel, but for less money. I want to see that attitude change. I want them to say, we're better than Intel, and we're charging the same amount or more. How about that? How about leading the way and let Intel play catch up to you? AMD's not doing that, and that's what breaks my heart. That's not to say that these Ryzen chips and Threadripper chips are bad. Far from it. They're fantastic. It's a great leap forward for AMD. But Intel's still in the lead. And AMD is continually going like, this is my big successful brother over here. And look at how successful I am. I'm almost as successful as him. You got to get out of the shadow with a big brother, and you got to make your own mark in the world. And I need AMD to step up and lead and stop following. But it's hard, Kerry. Intel has copyrighted CPU architecture. Intel and AMD were suing each other for quite a while. While I was working for Intel, Intel couldn't quite figure out how to make a 64-bit architecture compatible with 32-bit software. And Intel and AMD were constantly suing each other, and they ended up contracting a negotiation where Intel got AMD's technology for making 64-bit architecture work in 32-bit software. And Intel uses that to this day. So AMD has led the way before, and AMD and Intel have negotiated trade secrets where they share with each other. AMD needs to be more innovative. You can't just say, well, Intel has all of these patents and such, and there's always other ways, many other ways. People can look for excuses all day long. That's a waste of time. That's time that could be spent innovating instead of telling me why you can't innovate. Are you self-taught with all of your knowledge? Well, I am not self-taught with all of my knowledge. I am self-taught with the computer knowledge, because when I was learning this stuff back in the 80s, there were no classes that you could take. If there were classes, they had books that were published a year earlier, and you think technology is moving fast today? You should have seen how fast it was moving in the 80s. By the time the books got published, the technology was already replaced. We went from 286 to 386 to 486 like that, just a matter of a couple of years. And the book writing process, publication time, distribution, and setting up a catalog for a college to teach a class was already obsolete. So I ended up teaching classes at the college. And because the technology had to be something you were in the middle of, you can't just be a spectator watching it. You've got to be in the game playing it, or it'll pass you by. So I did go to college for video production, and I went to college to be an auto mechanic, and all this stuff was just a hobby. And then it flip-flopped. Everything flip-flopped, and this became my job, and the thing I went to school for became my hobby. And then as the years went by, it all kind of came together, which I could never have anticipated, that the video production skills I used and learned in college, although they were a lot different, we were using VHS tapes and big editing bays, but that experience and that interest has come back through time and allowed me then to combine these things, right? So you'll see I've got car repair videos on my channel. And I also did, for a brief period of time, I did stand-up comedy. And you got to have a thick skin, boy. I'll tell you, stand-up comedy is rough. Now I get an opportunity to teach with a little bit of comedy. Being on stage, doing my comedy is nothing I ever want to do again. But what it did is it made being on stage easier for me. So now everything came together. Now I can be in front of a camera comfortably. I've got the video production. I didn't know how to do it with a computer, but I knew editing and I understood what was needed to be done. I knew the process. I just had to learn how to make that happen. And the computer repair stuff and the car stuff has all come together. And if you'd have told me in 1983, don't worry about that video production, what would have been 87, 88. Don't worry about the video production stuff today. Go ahead and learn it, even if you're not going to use it today, because you will use it in the future. I just said, how am I going to use it in the future? And then you'd have told me, well, there's going to be this huge network around the world. And at first, companies are going to ignore it, and they're going to think it's a waste of time, and it's not going to be a whole lot on there, except for a bunch of nerds. And then normal people, regular people, are going to start to see the value in it. And then corporations are going to say, hey, there's money in this. And then the corporations are going to come, and then it's going to be rife with advertising, and there'll be, you won't be dial-up anymore. There'll be a hard line to your house where the data can flow. And then you'll be able to see things like videos. And I would have said, get out of here. That's not going to happen in my lifetime. And I wouldn't have believed you. And yet, here we are. And I would have never guessed that all the things that I was interested in would come back to me. And I've been very lucky to have had the opportunity to write for an educational publication called McGraw-Hill. I've been very fortunate to have been able to do a nationwide radio talk show on technology, to be able to do the public speaking that I've been able to do, and to be able to share the knowledge that I hit my head against the wall so many times trying to figure out, misled by so many people who gave me wrong information. And now my motivation is to simply explain this stuff the way I wish somebody would have explained it to me, because I think I'm a slow learner. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how smart I am. I'm not that bright. I'm just not. I work very, very hard to hide how stupid I am. Does that make any sense? So when people say, you're a really smart guy, I have them fooled. And it may be a self-esteem problem, but that is always the way I see myself. I always want to try harder. I always know I can do better. And it makes me a very difficult person to please, because I know whatever got done could have been done better. So I'm not saying that that's a great attitude to have, but I also don't sit there and say, look at how smart I am. Don't you wish you were as smart as me? You got one side and the other side, and somewhere there's a good balance in the middle, and I've never been able to find it. But I always know deep down inside that self-doubt. I'm an idiot. And if I can learn this, you can learn it. And let me explain it to you in a way I wish somebody would have explained it to me, and you'll get there a lot faster. And so that's why I do this. And it upsets me when people want to compete with me. When people say, you're doing this wrong, you don't know what you're doing, you're being irresponsible by sharing the information in the way that you do it. those people need to go away. This channel is not for them. If that's the way they want to be, they need to go create their own channel and make it the way they think it should be made, and they can get their audience that likes them. And that's the great thing with YouTube and the internet, is a great equalizer. So anyway, let me see if I can get some of this wrapped up and get it moved here so I can get this laptop out. We can get started on that upgrade. It's been a while. The process hasn't changed on upgrading a laptop hard drive, but it seems when you start having more and more videos, people are just too lazy and they can't be bothered to look for the content. They'd rather just send me a private message as though I'm their personal technical support and I've got nothing else better to do but to answer a question that I've already answered in detail in a video, and they can't be bothered to look for it. So I have learned to just ignore those messages because they really upset me. I understand the library of videos is, there's a lot. There's like 200 and some odd videos, and it's only going to get bigger. But that's what search is for, And I can look through a page pretty quickly just looking for keywords, And I get a little frustrated with that I have to, now that I've made the content and the content gently spoon feeds you the information, now people go, where's the spoon? And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So it's good to revisit some of the things I've already done just to verify, yes, the process is the same. All of these laptops generally, they come apart a little different, so there's always gonna be some differences there in the videos. It's not like an exact duplicate. And I hope that the audio and video quality today are better than they were back when I, did these videos 6 or 7 years ago. Actually, I just did a laptop hard drive video. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I just did one when I was out in the backyard with the dog. So for somebody to email that to me when it's just probably on the first page, it's just an extreme laziness. It's like they didn't even try to look, I guess is the best way I can explain it. And it just upsets me that they want me to put the effort in to help them when they're the ones who want the help, and they won't even put the effort in to help themselves. Anyway, going off on a tangent. Carrie, I know it's hard to make your content, but please. What? I don't know what they're talking about. Thank you so much for all your videos. Really informative channel. Bluetooth keyboard doesn't work on boot in Windows 10. Unable to sign into Windows. What could be causing this issue? I want to remind you that, of course, feel free to ask your technical questions, and people can, a lot of bright people in the chat will offer you their opinion, and we have I'm very lucky that the audience I have is you guys are very bright, very smart people, and I love that you guys will help each other out. I need to have more of this in my life and less of the trolls and the ego who want to just prove they're smarter than somebody else. People that want to prove they're smarter than everybody else seriously have a self-esteem problem. Like they need to prove it to other people. Just be comfortable in your own skin, and don't worry about what other people think. And barring that, go ahead and ask whatever you want in the chat, whether or not I address it. Like I say, there's a lot of folks here, very friendly folks, that will do their best to provide you with an answer. And beyond that, I offer, through my generous volunteers who volunteer their time to help complete strangers on the internet, on Facebook, the Kerry Holzman fan page on Facebook. There are volunteers there that will do their best to answer your questions. So be sure and check that out. And then also there's a website called, let me see if I can just type it in here for you guys. It's called techguy.org, TECHGUY, not tech guide, but tech guy, like a guy, like that guy over there. Techguy.org. It's been around for, 15, 20 years, offering free support. I didn't put a space in it. Let me do it again. Techguy.org. And they've been offering free support. The problem is, potentially, anybody can answer your question, right? So if somebody tells you to do something dangerous, ideally, somebody else will jump in and say, don't listen to that person before you have an opportunity to do the dangerous task. What we do on the Facebook fan page is all of your requests are handled privately so that nobody can jump in and question or criticize the answers that are offered to you, so we can work one-on-one with you and the admin to get to where you need to go. And there are some people who refuse to accept that not every problem is something you're going to be able to fix. Sometimes people reach out to us with very complex problems where the only advice we can give is to take it to a professional or an authorized repair center, and they don't want to hear that. And I'm saying, I'm sorry, you just can't come in with zero experience and zero knowledge, or have this much from watching YouTube, and think you're going to do a complex repair with the help. That would be, with online help. It would be irresponsible of us to do that. And so you may sometimes get an answer that says, this may be an area we don't know much about. Like if you have a Mac question, we'll relate you over to techguy.org. Or if you have perhaps a laptop issue, it might be an internal board where you can't get those parts anywhere, and it's very complex to take apart. We're going to suggest you don't do that. If you've never taken a laptop apart before, if that laptop's important to you, take it somewhere where it's an authorized repair center for that laptop, or to a repair center with an authorized technician that's going to be held liable and accountable for any damage they could cause and can get the parts you might need. So I want to set your expectations accordingly. But I'd say out of 20 people that ask for help, 18 and a half of them get it on average. And the others, we just go, too complex, or what you want is... The admins, again, they're volunteering their free time. They could be sitting around watching TV. They don't have to be helping strangers on the internet for free. So the minute somebody gets demanding, impatient, like, give me my answer now, you're going to get banned from the page. Disrespectful, inconsiderate, you're gone. Other than that, I encourage you guys, to remember that in the future if you're helping somebody else, or you're trying to solve a problem on your own. It's a resource that's always available to you. So, and that's the Kerry Holzman fan page on Facebook. All right. What's your opinion on Vega? I don't have an opinion on Vega yet. It's just too new to have an opinion. So you guys get bombarded with marketing. I don't know if you realize it. The only reason that Vega's on your mind is because you're being hit with news story after news story of Vega. That's not being done voluntarily. There are marketing companies that send out press releases to technical publications and websites and blogs so that becomes the subject we're talking about. That's why it's on your mind right now. When the product is in people's hands, and it's not like the first week the product comes out. The product needs to be out a couple of months. Then I can kind of weigh in with an opinion once I've been able to sort of ascertain the difference between a real review and the press release nonsense that, why aren't we talking about Intel Optane right now? How come? What happened? Because the Intel press company, the PR company, hasn't been releasing anything on it lately. But when they were, they made it out to be like it was going to be 10,000 times faster than SSD. Well, turns out internally it's a lot faster, but the actual experience that you have as a user is only like 1.5 times faster. But it'll get faster as the technology evolves, which will be very quickly. So the PR company backtracked real quickly once the product was in the hands of the reviewers, and once they started testing, and not just immediately, but after a couple of weeks where they've had some time to really get to feel it out. And all of a sudden, there's the truth. That's what we needed to know. But the minute the PR companies stop pushing those press releases out, you guys are on to the next thing like a bunch of sheep. And I want you to be self-aware of that the things you're talking about are often what the press release I keep saying press release, what the public relations companies are doing that are hired by the companies to steer you in that thought process. So yes, Vega's coming out, but you know what NVIDIA's working on? No, you don't, because they haven't released there hasn't been a press release on it, but I guarantee you the R&D department at NVIDIA is working on something really cool to counter Vega. and they're not saying anything about it just yet. So just as soon as Vega's out and everybody's, you know, got it in their hands, or maybe even before that, NVIDIA will come out with something that'll be better. And you guys, we just go around in circles. What do you think of this? It's like, here we go again. So like to see people just be a little more self-aware of how they're potentially being manipulated by marketing companies, all right? Am I putting an SSD in the laptop? Yes. Yeah, the laptop is running really slow. Let me get the laptop. I like to take a few minutes between jobs to talk to you guys. And there's always a handful of you in there that are really impatient and kind of disrespectful and don't care about anybody but yourselves. You're like, get on with the repair. Hey, you know what? There's other people. Let's try and have a little consideration. If you want, don't watch the live stream. If that's what you want, just leave. This will be published later, and you can fast forward through it. And then you can miss out on information you didn't know you were missing, and you'll never know. So I'm okay with it either way, but it just, I wouldn't do that to somebody, and I certainly don't like it being done to me. So this is my favorite brand here, he said sarcastically, HP, and it's a, it's got this keyboard. Let me show you. Usually on many laptops, they have a little access door on the bottom of the laptop that you can get to the hard drive. This one does not have that anywhere. And so sometimes you can get in from the keyboard side, right? The keyboard can lift out. Well, as you can see, this keyboard's not going to lift out. The keys are actually coming through the cover. See that? This is the cover. And the keys, there's holes in the cover, and the keys are poking up through the holes. So that means the keyboard doesn't lift out. So that's where this one's going to be a little bit different in how we get to the drive. Essentially, what's got to happen is we've got to take the screws off the bottom. Once the screws from the bottom come out, then this top cover should come off. And when the top cover comes off, then we can take the keyboard, and underneath the keyboard should be the hard drive. So what I did is I did a cleanup for this customer. He said the computer was starting to run slow, and it's not a fast computer. Oftentimes, customers will spend more on a repair than what the computer cost them. Like this computer was like $250 when it was brand new, this one we were just working on. And my flat rate labor is $125. And if she needed any parts, you know, if we were going to upgrade this to an SSD, there's $100. We're at $225 on a $250 computer. It's only got 4 gigs of RAM. If we double that to 8, there's another, what, 50, 60 bucks? We're over the value of what the customer paid. So when you're buying a computer or when you're advising somebody to buy a computer, let them know. You could pay a little more now or a lot more later. These customers in both cases have that in common. They were initially happy with their purchase. This computer's 3 years old. This one, I'm not quite sure how old it is. It's in really good shape. It's fairly modern. It might be 2 or 3. But they, in both cases, these were like this wouldn't be the cheapest solution. This wouldn't be the cheapest solution out there, but it was certainly not even mid-range when it was purchased new. It was in the lower tier when it was brand new, however long ago they bought it. I can tell you that based on the specs of the machine. When I purchase laptops, I always look at Intel laptops because the battery life is better on Intel laptops. And I see a lot more AMD laptops for repair. I see a lot more AMDs in for repair in general. Is that because there's just more AMDs? I don't know. It's just my anecdotal experience, evidence, conclusions based on my personal experience. I see more AMDs in for repair, and I see more broken laptops that are AMD based. And the AMD based laptops, especially the HPs like the DV6000 series, DV9000 series, lots of class action lawsuits, lots of bad Wi-Fi adapters built in where the Wi-Fi quits working. That was a few years ago. I'm not quite sure what's going on now, but once the reputation's been soiled, it's very, very difficult to get that reputation back. And then, I lost my train of thought on this. With the AMD, the battery life just is never as good as an Intel. So I always recommend Intel if you're going to get a laptop, if the laptop's going to be portable. If you're going to keep the laptop plugged in all the time, why do you have a laptop? So I actually talk to customers who buy laptops because there's no cables to plug in, right? They go, well, a desktop is so complicated, what with all the cables. the cables we're talking about are maybe an Ethernet cable, maybe definitely a power cable, keyboard, mouse, speakers, printer. And the customers, generally the older customers, are intimidated when they see that big nest of cables. And they go, well, this doesn't have any cables. I just plug it in and turn it on and I'm good to go. And so they buy the laptop and it sits on a desk and it never moves. And then the minute they spill something on it or it needs a repair, it's extraordinarily expensive. You always make a sacrifice on a laptop or a tablet. You always sacrifice. And you always pay more for it than you would for an equivalent desktop. So the equivalent desktop is more repairable. It's more upgradable to certain, like this one's not very upgradable. Basically, these two computers are similar in that we can upgrade the hard drive, we can upgrade the RAM. That's it. That's all we can do to this. And anyway, they've got their dongle for their mouse plugged in. I always forget to give those back to the customer. I usually don't even let the customer drop those off. But I'll tell you what, I need to take a break. I am sweating up here. I'm going a million miles a minute. So let me take a quick break. You guys hang around. Just be gone for like 5 minutes. I need to just sort of refresh. And I'm going to come right back. You can all continue to chat in the chat room. Hang in there. I will be right back. I got to figure out where my button is to press here. All right, I'll see you in just a minute. All right, guys, I appreciate your patience in that. Somebody mentioned how red I am. I am just super, super hot. I found an energy drink I really like, and I mean, I like that other energy drink I've shown you guys the energy drink called Cocaine, and it's got a lot of sugar in it. I'm trying to get away from sugar, and I found these Rockstar drinks, 240 milligrams of caffeine, 0 sugar, the watermelon flavor, and I really like them a lot. And I went back to Walmart to buy some more. They don't have them anymore. It's funny how the brain works, I didn't think anything of it when I bought it. I said, wow, this is really good. I want to go back and get more of those. And then I couldn't find it. And I went to another Walmart, couldn't find it. Went to another Walmart, they had 6. I bought all 6. And I'm only drinking one of these a day. Don't worry, I'm not going to have a heart attack. But then I'm like, well, where am I going to find more? And of course, you can always order this stuff online. But the shipping, it's so heavy. The shipping is significantly adds to the cost per can. And I just thought I was getting gas at the gas station, and I thought I'll just look in the convenience store of the gas station. And sure enough, there it was, more than I could carry. And the brain is like, I want to buy all of these so I have them, and I won't have to search for them. Just bought 4. Okay, I got enough to last me a while, and it makes me really hot. It gives me a lot of energy, which is good because as I've gotten older, the energy level's gone way down. And I wish I'd have discovered them sooner. They're really, really, I don't want to say they're good for me, but they give me a lot more energy and help improve my mood. So they're not a sponsor. I tried a couple of Red Bull. The Red Bulls are terrible. I don't know how people drink Red Bull. It is the most disgusting. I tried a couple different flavors thinking maybe the flavor I tried, the Red Bull flavor. And in Red Bull, a lot of times they don't have flavors. It's just like the purple can, the green can, the blue can. I don't know how you know what you're buying. And it doesn't have as much caffeine, and it costs like twice as much. And the Cocaine energy drink, which is the one you guys have seen me use before, I've got one in here, actually has more caffeine than any of them, but it's also got a lot of sugar. This is the Cocaine energy drink right there. I really like the flavor of it. It's less sugar than a Coke, and it's, I think, 280 milligrams of caffeine. I know it's on here somewhere. It's like the most I've seen in any drink. And then I've got the Monster, and the Monster just doesn't seem to taste as good. Again, trying to go for the 0 calories, 0 sugar. And I think this has even less than the Rockstar. And then there's Amp, and there's a couple others. Mountain Dew's got the Kickstart or something, and it's full with sugar. So I know they're not the healthiest things in the world, but they give me the kick in the butt that I need. And I was drinking the cocaine energy drink because I know the guy who made it. He's a really, really cool guy. And I like to give him the free plug, you know, on the channel just because I like his product. And it's funny. And then they have the little 5-hour energy drinks. And found a good deal on those. Are like, the little 5-hour shots are like $2.68 at Walmart. Or you can get Costco's got a 48 pack for like $30, so it's under $1 a piece. And it's a little less caffeine in it. It's not called 5-hour energy, it's just called an energy shot. They don't say how many hours. So it's not an exact duplicate, but it's a third of the price. So that's good enough for me. Anyway, if I end up having a stroke or a heart attack live on cam, I'm sure it'll go viral and I'll be dead and famous. So there you go. Anyway, I'm not here to promote energy drink. I'm just explaining. People like, what's wrong with this guy? I see how red I am on the camera, and I'm sweating. And it is hot outside, don't get me wrong, but it's a side effect of the caffeine, and it's why I'm talking a million miles a minute. So if you see me keep rubbing my nose, that's a sign of drug use. So if you see somebody doing that a lot, like they keep, watch for that. That's a sure way to have a heart failure. I'm not into that. I like my heart. So no illegal drugs here. Anyway, first step I have to do with this laptop, while I was on the break there, I grabbed my USB hard drive adapter here at my docking bay. The first thing I have to do is make a cloned image of this hard drive onto the new drive. Now, this has got like, I don't know, 500 gig, terabyte, I don't know what it is. It's a mechanical drive, it's 5,400 RPM, it's slow, slow, slow. Normally, I don't carry parts in stock. I don't normally sell parts to customers. This customer just kind of showed up out of the blue and said, hey, you mentioned you can do this. Can you do it for me over the weekend while I'm gone? Well, I can't order any parts and get them here over the weekend. So I said, you know what? I just happen to have a Mushkin Triactor 250 gig solid state drive. I think it's going to work fine. We'll use it. I think it was $125. Right now, I think you can pick up a Crucial 500 gig SSD for $135. They're pretty cheap. And it's not the fastest SSD you can buy, but for $135 for 500 gigs, it's a heck of a deal. And I'll try to remember to put a link in there if I forget. I'm sure somebody will leave a comment about it. But you can find it on Amazon at Newegg. I want to say it's Crucial's 500 gig solid state drive. It's usually right around $135 to $150. It's a great deal. But anyway, these were on sale. I bought a couple of them, the Mushkin Triactors. I don't have a lot of experience with them. You know, I prefer Samsung solid state drives. Ultimately, this customer isn't going to know the difference. They're just going to know the computer's faster than it was. I've explained to the customer there's only two things we can do to make your laptop faster, and that is to replace the mechanical drive with a solid state drive and to upgrade your RAM from 4 gigs to 8 gigs. Now, how much do you want to spend? And he's like, well, how much is it going to cost? So what we agreed upon is first I cleaned the computer, got it running the way it should have been running, you know, brand new out of the box. And he took it home and he said, you know what, it's still lagging. I said, okay. The next thing I would recommend is a solid state drive. You're more than likely, anybody who owns a computer with a mechanical drive is going to see a boost, is going to feel a boost in performance by switching to solid state. It's one of the single best upgrades you can do to any desktop or laptop computer. And then he says, are we going to do the memory too? And I said, well, you may not need to do the memory. If we do the hard drive and it performs fast enough, then leave it be. If it doesn't, we can always do the RAM. I won't charge you anything. I'm going to charge. I didn't charge him for the cleanup. I said, you know, here's the problem. I don't know what his definition of fast is. To me, this thing will never ever be fast enough. I'm a computer nerd. I'm a power user. So this is a waste of my time for me personally. I would never use this no matter how it was upgraded. It's never going to be good enough because the CPU it's got is junk as far as I'm concerned. But he has a relatively simple task he wants to do with it. He owns a business. He's got some software for the business, and that software's been lagging. Now, I don't know when the problem started or what his definition of lagging is. Is lagging a 2-second delay, a 20-second delay? I don't know. So I cleaned it up, I gave it back to him, and I said, you know, I can't honestly tell you if you're going to feel this is any faster or not, but this is as good as it's going to get unless I wipe it clean and start over, and then that's for sure as fast as it'll get. And I kind of feel like it's running about where the specs suggest it should run. So you take it home and you let me know if it's not fast enough, bring it back, we'll do the hard drive upgrade, and if that's not fast enough, we'll add the RAM, and if that's not fast enough, it's time for a new laptop. And you can take the hard drive out that we put in, the solid state drive I'm about to put in now, we can take that back out of here and you can use it externally, or when you buy a new laptop, buy one with a mechanical drive to save a few bucks, and we'll slap it into the new computer, and that way you're not wasting any money. So that's what got us here, for those of you who are just joining us and want to know what's going on. So before I open anything up, I've got a couple of screwdrivers, but I don't need them yet. The very first step is we want to clone everything off the mechanical drive onto the solid state drive. So solid state drive is just going to pop right into this dock. Anybody who's a computer enthusiast, let alone a technician, should have a hard drive dock. These are USB 3.0, and it should just slide right in. There it is. Just slides in. They're often called hard drive toasters. They work with mechanical drives, solid state drives, 3.5-inch drives, or 2.5-inch drives. It plugs into the wall, and then we've got our USB cable, which we're going to plug in to any available USB port. And then we turn the unit on. There's a power switch in the back, and you'll see this light has come on up here on the front. This is a brand new drive, fresh out of the package, so there's nothing on it. It's not bootable or anything like that. Now, people often ask, if you have a 500 gig drive, can you clone it to a 250 gig drive? In other words, the drive we've got in there is twice the size of this one in capacity. Well, there's an old expression that you can't put 50 pounds of crap into a 10-pound bag, okay? If the 500 gig drive has less than 250 gig of data on it, on all the partitions added up, then the Acronis cloning software will auto resize it so it'll fit. So as long as the total amount of data that you want to move from the original drive, regardless of the size of the original drive, forget about that. How much data is on the original drive, total, added up, is that the same size or bigger than the solid state drive you want to move to? And if it is, you'll have to delete some stuff or buy a bigger solid state drive. In this case, he's only using about 50 gigs. So by putting him into a 250, he's only going to be using about probably less than a quarter of the drive space. So that's on his main partition. The other partitions are like recovery partitions. They're never very big, so I'm not worried about that. We've got so much headroom on this, it's fine. He's not storing a bunch of pictures on here or anything like that. So I like to use Acronis TrueImage. It's a product I really like. Sometimes people ask why I don't use other cloning software utilities. It's because I'm not familiar with them and I don't want to take the time to learn them when I already know and trust Acronis. Acronis doesn't pay me. I had to buy the Acronis myself. As a technician, it's a tool. I bought these screwdrivers. Nobody gave me these. The things you see me buy are the things I really use as a real working computer technician. That's what this YouTube channel is about. It's not about companies sending me products for free so I can sit there and tell you how great they are, unless it's my cocaine energy drink. There are exceptions to everything. But even that's a friend of mine, like I said. It's not just some person reaching out. On a very rare occasion, a company does send me a product and asks me to review it, and I do disclose that in my video so that we're all on the same page here. I want to be very clear with my audience, very honest about any possible biases I might have because a product is given to me, I'm going to be more likely to like it, to be honest. When you spend your own hard-earned money on something, at least to me, I'm much more critical. I mean, I work hard for my money. So I use Acronis. You can use any application you want. I don't care. You want to use Clonezilla, you want to use, I can't think of it. There's another real popular one. Gosh, I can't believe I can't think of it. Probably you guys are saying it in the chat. People are saying my face is still red. Yeah, I am burning up. I am really hot. Gosh, I can't think of what the other utility is called. It's bugging me. Anyway, there are a number of cloning utilities. You're welcome to use whatever you want to use. I'm going to show you how to use what I'm familiar with because it makes me look like I know what I'm doing. And when I get to the end result, it's going to work. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, I didn't realize I had to click this box, or I had to go into the options and settings and make the partitions automatically resize. I'm very familiar with Acronis. I've been using it for years. I know what to expect from it. I know how to use it, and I will continue to use it, and I will continue to pay for it because time is money. And that's why I use what I use. So I'm going to plug this in, and I want to boot from Acronis. You've got to use the latest version of Acronis. Always use the latest version, especially if you're cloning Windows 10. If you're cloning Windows 8 or Windows 7, then you want to be sure you're using a version of Acronis that was current as of that operating system. In other words, Acronis 2009 isn't going to work on Windows 7. Acronis 2012 might work on Windows 7. I think it'll work okay. Yeah, it'll work okay. Ideally, you're using the very latest version, and that doesn't mean you just go to Amazon and buy the latest version. Once you buy it, I strongly advise you to go to acronis.com and register your product key. And you do that for two reasons. One, they're going to record your product key for you under your name and your password that you created for Acronis, so you never have to worry about losing it. As long as you can log into the Acronis website, they will have your product key there listed for you. And second, and most importantly, they update Acronis a few times a year. So this is Acronis 2017. It's been updated at least 4 times. And when Acronis 2018 comes out, they won't update 2017 anymore. Then you'll have to jump to 2018 to get the latest version. I bought Acronis on sale for $20. If you go to Acronis and buy it directly from them, it's $50. But you can find retail box copies on sale for $20. And I've seen local computer user groups selling the disc with a product key for $15 to members of the computer club as a regular price. So it's not an expensive product. It's not a huge investment. You know, my electric screwdriver was $170. That's a big investment. And I don't use Acronis very often, but when I do use it, I just want to get it done. You know, I want to do what I need to get done. So I can't even begin to take this laptop apart until I clone the hard drive. That's the very first step. Now, it can be a little tricky on some computers to direct it to boot from the flash, but let's just see what happens here. I'm going to hit the delete button and see if it'll get me in the BIOS. It probably won't. Windows 10 and Windows 8 have the secure boot stuff. I mean, the flash drive is going crazy like it's trying to boot to it. There's the HP logo. And this is not the Acronis flash drive loading right now. That's Windows 10 loading. And I'm probably going to have to go into the Windows 10 settings and instruct it to boot. You often have to do that to get into safe mode nowadays. You have to go into the operating system in Windows 10 and tell it reboot into safe mode or reboot into the BIOS. That's sometimes the only way to get in the BIOS on some systems, which is really, really frustrating to an old school guy like me that's used to pressing a button and just getting in there. Talk about being impatient and making me go through extra steps. It's just like Microsoft removing the darn control panel. On Windows 10, you used to be able to right-click on the Start button, and the control panel was an option. And since the Creators Update, they've removed that. It's really frustrating So now I've got to, create a shortcut, or I've got to type it in. The whole point of Windows was that you didn't have to type. The whole point of Windows was that you point and click. And now it seems like you're going backwards. But this is what happens as you get older. You get angry. Get an angry, old, bitter old man. Get off my lawn. I don't get it. I don't understand why we're going backwards. But my understanding is not a prerequisite. Microsoft doesn't care if I understand it or not. They're going to do what they're going to do, and I'm going to complain about it. All right. This guy's got this password protected, so I need to wait for this to boot. And you'll see just how long this is taking to boot. This is a little frustrating too. Not sure why, other than he's got this 5,400 RPM drive in there, and I can't remember what the data transfer rate on it was. When I had it, I did a crystal disk mark on it, a data transfer rate test, and it was bad. It was like under 100 megabytes a second. It was really bad. Come on, let's go. Sometimes, I think we can sometimes go, I'm sorry, I've got to block the screen because names are coming up. And I don't want to disclose their name on this video if I can avoid it. And I'm just looking to see if there's I know you can restart the computer, but it doesn't offer me, it does not offer me the restart options of safe mode or going into the BIOS. And I need to go into the BIOS. So I think I have his password on my phone. And again, you guys are going to have to just look at my back while I do this. This is a real customer's machine. This is real work. And I don't want to expose that out of respect for my customer. Okay, we should be logging in here in just a minute. I've got the password entered, and now it should be loading up the desktop. Still waiting. There we go. All right, so we're up at the desktop right now. I don't think drinking Coke on top of the energy drink is helping me lose the redness. Don't expose the customer's porn either. Where is Volcano Joe's? There's no such place as Volcano Joe's. I don't like shirts that have big logos in the front, and it seems like that's all companies make now. In the 1980s, all the shirts, the trend was a small logo in the front and a big logo on the back, and those are the shirts you'll see me wear a lot. Also back in the 80s, when you had a decal, it made the front of the shirt stiff, and then you had to turn it inside out to wash it, or the decal broke apart in the washing machine. So to this day, because I was trained to do that, I always turn my shirts inside out. I don't have to do that anymore. And trying to find shirts that have the small logo with a big logo on the back is very difficult to find. So there's this company in Hawaii called Crazy Shirts, and they're in Hawaii, they're in San Francisco, they're in Key West, and they have these little shops, tourism places, where you can pick up a souvenir t-shirt. They're based out of Hawaii, and they have shirts that are like, this is a crater-dyed t-shirt. They have coffee-dyed t-shirts, wine-dyed t-shirts, and they're very expensive. The shirt's like $42 for a stupid t-shirt, but it's really comfortable. And they create these false companies. You'll see one I've got that says Krabby Jake's. I love that shirt because my dog was named Jake, and he wasn't crabby, and it's like calling a fat guy slim. I love Krabby Jake's. It never existed. It was a shirt I got in San Francisco when I was on vacation there. I saw the Crazy Shirt store. I'm like, that's the place that has the shirts with the logo and I like. I found it, loved it, and I can't buy another one. It's fading. It's several years old, and I wrote to the company and I said, where can I buy another one of these? And they said, we don't make it anymore. But check out our website. I'm sure you'll find another one you'll like. So anyway, it's another effect of getting older. This was like the coolest thing ever in the 80s, and now it's not cool anymore, but it's what I learned to like, and that's what I like. So anyway, there you go. Dragon fruit cheesecake. Oh, you guys, you're just like bamboo under the fingernails, aren't you? All right. So as you see, I've got malware bytes on here. I went through the whole thing like I showed you. It's pretty routine and pretty thorough. When I go through a system for any customer, I do the same thing for everybody equally. So the same work was applied to this one as far as the cleanup, the virus removals, and adware removal, et cetera, before it was returned to the customer. Customer says it's still slow. Okay. The size of the drive, let's just take a quick look at what we're working with before we get started. Go to this PC, C drive. It's a terabyte drive. He's using very little of it. He's using 47.6 gigs is in use, and 855 gigs is available. It's a lot of free space. The drive is a Toshiba 1 terabyte internal 2.5-inch laptop. Slow drive. We've got the USB drive here. It's being recognized. Sometimes it won't appear because it hasn't been formatted. Obviously, we can't click on it or do anything with it. It says there's 0 bytes free. Not even sure why it's even showing that, unless I did some testing with this drive and I just don't remember, because the box that I took it out of wasn't sealed, so it's possible I may have used this for testing. But it's still new. It's still a brand new drive. Anyway, I could load a Cronus in Windows and do it through Windows, but I don't want to, get the registry and files on the hard drive all messy with a utility I need to use one time that I have to then remove after I'm done. I much prefer to simply boot from the USB stick, which has a Cronus on it. And to do that, we want to do basically it's a system repair. It's offered on system repair. And we go into the control panel, or what the settings is what they're calling it here. It's not really a control panel. And I'm not connected to the internet right now, so Malwarebytes came up and said, hey, you need updates. And I can't get them because I'm not putting him on my Wi-Fi right now. I don't need to. And I want to go to, where is it? I think it's under System. It's been a while. System, and then under, I always forget this. They keep moving this. I'm trying to figure out where everything is in Windows 10, and then they come out with another version and they move some stuff. And then I figure that out. And then 8 months later, every 8 months, Microsoft comes out with a new version of Windows 10. And they keep making these little changes where they move stuff around, like I was talking about the control panel. I'm so frustrated because unless you're working on Windows 10 a lot more frequently than I am, it gets really confusing really quick that, okay, here's how you do it in 8, here's how you do it on 7. Somebody still brings in XP from time to time. And then you've got 10, and then depending on which version of 10 they have. So I'm sorry that I don't know everything, and some of you are going to make fun of me for that. But I'm just going to type recovery into Cortana. There we go. And that'll take me directly there. It's not really Cortana, it's the search bar. Create a recovery drive, configure system restore. Advanced, it should be advanced recovery tools. That's where I thought it was. And maybe they moved it again. I thought it was right in here somewhere. Advanced. No, is it under? What's it under? Is it under repair? You know what? Let's do this. Let's just type safe mode. No, that's just bringing me to the web, which I don't want. All right, chat room. Where is it? Give me a clue. I know Brytech's in there. Brian, where do I find it? Windows 10. Come on, buddy. Latest version of Creators Update. Looking for looking for the recovery options. I'm sure it was recovery options. Carrie is tired. I'm not tired. I'm very energetic. I'm the opposite of tired. MS config. It's update and recovery. Is that what it is? Yeah. Update and recovery. That's where it is. Let me go back. I remember. Well, there's update and security. Backup, recovery. That's what I want. Thank you. And then advanced startup. Say more recovery Oops, I guess I hit the tablet here, the touchpad too strongly, and I think it's restarting now with the menu that should come up for the advanced startup options. All right, well, this is ultimately what I wanted. Use a device. Use a USB drive, network connection, or Windows recovery. That's what I want. I want USB drive UEFI. That's what I want right there. And so now it should reboot. I've had people mention how hard they see me hit keys. And, I type with purpose, and it makes using a smartphone really frustrating because I want to, come on, smartphone. And people are like, whoa, it's a smartphone, be gentle. And I'm like, I want it to move. 64-bit UEFI loader. This is coming from the flash drive right now. I know you guys probably can't see this really tiny text right here, but there's three options here. Option 1 is to load a Cronus TrueImage 64-bit. Option 2 is to launch a Cronus system report. And option C, I don't know why it's 1-2-C, but anyway, continue booting back into Windows. So I want option 1 to load a Cronus TrueImage 64-bit. Now, it doesn't matter if your operating system is 64-bit or 32-bit to launch the 32-bit version or the 64-bit version of a Cronus. What it's asking is if you have a 64-bit CPU. If you have a 64-bit CPU, then you want to load the 64-bit version of a Cronus because it's optimized, it's faster on 64-bit. And you can clone 32-bit or 64-bit OS, it doesn't care. I like that it didn't even offer a 32-bit version on boot up anyway. We should be done with all 32-bit software as far as I'm concerned. Now we're going to go to Tools and Utilities. So let me see if I can zoom this in and you guys can get a better look at what I'm doing. Let's go that way. A lot of reflection. I'm not sure if I'm making it better or worse. So right here we have Tools and Utilities. I want to bring that up. Clone disk is the option here. Bring that up. It defaults to automatic, which is what I like. It means you don't have to think. A Cronus will try and determine automatically what it is you want to clone and where you want to clone it. It's not rocket science. It says, I know you don't want to clone off the drive you booted from. So that's not even an option, right? You don't see the USB drive, which is only a 2 gig drive. You see the 2 physical hard drives that are connected to this laptop, which is the internal drive, the Toshiba I mentioned earlier. I'm a liar. It does show. It shows a 1.865 USB disk 2. That's the Acronis boot disk. So here's where Acronis is smart. It knows that the new drive has no data on it, so you can't possibly want to clone from that. That can't be your source. So it doesn't give you that option. Nothing worse than picking an empty drive and mistakenly cloning it to your full drive, and you lose every bit of your data. It's gone. You want to be very careful when you pick your source drive. So the source hard disk right up here, select the source, is going to be drive 2. Where's my mouse? My mouse has gone away for some reason. So I'm going to have to use the keyboard. I don't know why. Oh, there it is. It's come back. All right. So disk 2, and then click Next. Now it's going to look and see where you can clone that to. It's going to take a minute. It's analyzing that drive to determine how much total data exists on it. And then it's going to see what's attached to the computer or built into the computer that has that amount of space or greater to offer that as an option to choose for your target. So you have your source drive and your target drive. It is critical that you don't get those backwards or mixed up, or you will erase all of your data forever and permanently. So we've selected the proper source drive. This can take a couple of minutes. Be patient. It varies on the machine you're using, the processor, the CPU, the processor, the RAM, the size of the hard drive, how full it is, the speed of it, the speed of the interface. There's not any one sort of set time that I can tell you that this is going to take. So I'm going to step away here for a minute while this runs. I'll just let this show on the screen here, and then I'm going to come right back. But I'm going to leave the camera on and keep, this is all being fed live. Okay, so it is, when I stepped away, obviously this came up to this screen, and our options are to clone to disk 1, which says not initialized. It's got a capacity of 232.9 gigabyte. That's the USB drive. And then it's offering, once again, the USB bootable disk that has Acronis on it. I gave Acronis a little too much credit for being smart enough to not offer that. Obviously, we can't clone to that drive. It's too small. It ultimately won't let us do that. And it does misidentify the interface as SCSI or SCSI, even though it's USB. That's okay. Don't let that throw you. I want to select disk 1. Yes, disk 1 is the external drive. That's how Acronis has seen it, and disk 2 is the internal drive. That's why you can't just go by the numbers. You can't just assume disk 1 is going to be your source. In this case, disk 1 is our target. And then we'll click next. And it says, okay, here's what your partition looks like now on your brand new drive that you want to go to. And here's what it's going to look like after we're done. You see how it's resized all the partitions automatically there. And it's basically saying that the selected disk is going to be restored as is. The disk layout will remain as a GPT partition. That's an exact clone. That is precisely what we want. I'm going to hit proceed. Now, how long is this clone going to take? Well, once again, it depends on how fast is your USB port. Are you plugged into USB 3, USB 2? Is your hard drive dock USB 3 or USB 2? How fast is the internal hard drive? How fast is the CPU? How much RAM do you have, and how full is the hard drive? All of these variables will ultimately determine how long this process is going to take. You can't necessarily believe this number. They say 7 minutes. It might be optimistic. You can start your clocks, now. Look at what time it is, and we can compare that to when it's actually done. Let me bring this back out. Go a little further. Bring that up a little bit. Times like this, I wish I had a camera guy. Kitchen's looking dark already. Okay. All right, guys. Now, while that's going on, what questions do we have in the chat for me? Because now this is a waiting game. Mini Tool Partition Wizard. Mini Tool Partition Wizard has a clone utility in there as well. Once again, I don't use it because I'm not familiar with it. I know Brytech, who's in our chat room, or is in my chat room right now, has a great YouTube channel where he is showing, among other things, he shows how to use the mini partition tool for cloning. And it's a great place to go and learn how to do that if you want to use the mini partition tool. I think it's either free, or there's a free version, or it's like a 30-day trial. I don't know. Brian can tell you more about that. As a professional tech, I always say I'm only as good as my tools. I don't want to rely on free software to help my customers. I'll use free software for certain things like virus and malware removal or the Unchecky utility. But generally speaking, the paid tools are the ones that I count on, and I pay for them because I count on them. And that's why I continue to use Acronis when they're... Macrium Reflect was the other one I couldn't think of, the other cloning tool that's pretty popular. Can a hard disk slow down your computer, or is it just RAM? So the things that can slow down your computer is the slowest part of your computer. If the slowest part of your computer is your hard drive, then the rest of your computer can't go any faster than that. What can slow down my car? Can a flat tire slow down my car? Yes. Can a bad transmission slow down my car? Yes. Can bad gas slow down my car? Yes. Can a smaller engine slow down my car compared to a bigger engine? Yes. Well, what if I have the best gas and the biggest engine and no flat tires? What slows down my car? The car in front of you. So your computer can only go as fast as the slowest component. So you can have really bad software that bogs down your computer really badly. You can have a slow processor, not enough cache. It's not just about frequency, but about how many lanes you've got of data moving back and forth, and level 2, level 3 cache. You can't just compare a 3.2 gigahertz processor from today to a 3.2 gigahertz processor from 5 years ago and think they're equivalent. They are not. The one from today is going to be much, much, much faster. You cannot base it on frequency alone. And with RAM, you can have more RAM than you need. You get to a point of diminishing returns on RAM. I recommend for everybody running Windows 7 or later, which should be everybody, a minimum of 8 gigs of RAM, a median of 16, and a maximum of 32 unless you have a very special use case. Anyway, I was talking about Brian's channel, BryTech09, and that's the name of his YouTube channel. And he's got I think he's got 1,000 videos. If he doesn't have 1,000, it's close to it. They're short, they're to the point, and you never see his face. Apparently, he's just hands. I give him a hard time about that. I've seen his face. We'll just leave it at that. Anyway, he's a good-looking guy. I don't know why he hides. And he's got that great British accent, which all of us Americans love. Just immediately, his IQ goes up because of the British accent. He's our very own Kingsman here in the chat. So, can you do more virus removal videos live? I will do whatever gets brought into repair. I try and show you guys as many of them as I can. Sometimes customers need things back very quickly and I can't. Just depends on my schedule. I can't control what comes in for repair or how often, or you know what I mean? So remember, it's this is real. There's nothing contrived or simulated here. Looks like we got about 546 people watching, which is fantastic. Welcome everybody. If you're just joining us, we're right in the process of upgrading a laptop hard drive. We're going from a mechanical 1 terabyte drive, which only has about 50 gigs on it, over here to the 250 gig solid state drive, which we're going to be replacing. But before I can do anything with this laptop, I need to clone an exact image of the internal drive over here. Once that's completed, I'll be able to disassemble the laptop and do the hard drive swap out, and we should be able to boot it right up, and everything will be exactly the same. Wallpaper will be the same, programs will be the same. If there were viruses, they'll still be there. Temp files, it is literally a bit for bit mirror image. So you want to make sure the image you start with is clean. If you don't clean up all the temp files, if you've got a gig worth of temp files, you're wasting your time. That your clone is going to take that much longer copying temp files. So I always recommend before you clone, get your hard drive nice and clean. Make sure it's virus-free, get all the temp files cleaned up, delete all the old system restore points. And when you're done, make sure it still works okay. So reboot the computer, make sure it still boots okay, and everything's working as it should, and then clone it. If you're too impatient for that, don't do it. Hire somebody to do it. I can't do anything to help people that are impatient. Open it up and put a GTX 1080 in there. Sure. Okay. The box the GTX 1080 comes in is practically as long as, if not longer than this laptop. And I know you're joking, but come on. I suppose if I got a hammer and a welding tool, I could probably... No, I couldn't. Dadorn666 says, give me a shout out. There you go, buddy. In the old days, and I think what he means by the old days is 10 years ago, right? I don't know, not that long ago. In the old days, you'd have to wipe and restore periodically. You still really need to do that today, too. Silver Kata says, hi from Italy. Michael Wagner wants a shout out. Carrie, just want to say thank you. Started watching your videos a year ago. I've now... scrolling too fast. Scrolling too fast. Stop. I've now built 2 computers from scratch and refurbished my own Dell. Great. Well, thank you. That's from, looks like Vernon Dravenstort. What data recovery software do you use? I don't really do any data recovery. I recommend look, when data is important, it's nothing to play around with. Not when you're a professional and you've got a company and you're trying to sustain a business. You don't want to be playing around experimenting with your customers' data. There's a company called $300 Data Recovery, 300ddr.com. And they're fantastic. They can recover M.2 drives, they can recover solid state drives, they can recover normal mechanical drives, SCSI, array, all that stuff. They can do it all. And a basic mechanical drive, just a single drive that fails, starts at $300 for recovery. That's incredible. And they don't play games. They don't say, well, it starts at 300, but it'll really be closer to 12. They don't do that. They will actually, based on, you can call them or email them, explain your situation, and when they quote you a price, unless they say otherwise, that's the price they're going to stick to. Like they might say, we think it'll be this unless what you're telling us isn't fully accurate, or there's some other thing that you're leaving out, that when we get it, we figure out, then we're going to tell you the updated price before we do any work, and then you can accept it or deny it. They don't play games, and they're fast, and they keep you up to date. Like the minute you send them the drive, as soon as they get it, they tell you, we received it, and right now we're processing it. And then they'll send you another update. Here's a list of all the files we can get back, and all that. And where do you want the files? Do you want us to put it on a USB drive and bill you for the drive, or do you want to send us another drive? Where do you want us to put the data? So they're really, again, that full disclosure, very honest, and they're the cheapest place I know that does data recovery, and so I won't play with it. For $300, it's not worth it. Data recovery can run, on average, like places like OnTrack will run about $1,200 to $1,800 for a single data drive recovery. And then it goes up from there for RAID arrays and serial attached SCSI and solid state drives. I couldn't believe he had an M.2 drive he was recovering and a solid state drive. He had a Samsung, like an 850, I think. And I'm like, I've never even seen a bad Samsung drive. And it was on his desk doing data recovery. So not only had I not seen one fail before, but I didn't think recovery was possible. A lot of places have made it out to be like you can't recover solid state drives. Of course, it depends on how it fails. But yeah, he got the data back off of it. I hear a clothes dryer. I guess my microphone is really good. That's one of the things I did during my last break. I had to move the laundry out of the washer and into the dryer. So did I close the door to the laundry room? Is that why it's so loud? Yeah, and the door's closed, so. Samuel says, hi from New York City. Hi, Samuel. Welcome. Are there any Ryzen builds coming up? No customers have ordered a Ryzen from me as of yet. I only build what customers order. There's companies that will repair USB thumb drives by repairing the boards in them, but that's not cheap. Yeah, thumb drives are... I interviewed the guy over at 300 DDR, and we talked about that. A $12 USB flash drive can cost $300 to recover. And people are like, well, it's only a $12 flash drive. Well, the data on it, what do you value the data on it? And it's actually harder to recover the data from a flash drive, but it can be done. But yes, it's a frequent misconception from the customer that because the flash drive was only $12, that the recovery should be, within reason of the price of the device. That's not how it works. Ice Drinker 8. Hello from Poland, Ice Drinker. Hello from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. That's from Jesse. Hey, hello. John Mann says hello from Antarctica. Yeah, I doubt that. Very clever. Hello from Croatia, from Luca. Hello from Belgium. That's from Vincent. How's my drive doing? How are we doing up there? Because I know it's been longer than 7 minutes. Did it finish? Is it still going? What's going on? Looks like we're about a little more than halfway. It says there's 2 minutes left. I don't know why, after all these years, Acronis still cannot estimate the time properly. I've had it say it's going to take 8 minutes, and it took an hour and a half before those 8 minutes got completed. They must be... I think I know what it is. My wife sometimes says she needs 5 more minutes to get ready, and then 45 minutes goes by and she's not quite done yet. Maybe there's something there. Maybe the way that they define 5 minutes is similar. I don't know. They say it's been 13 minutes so far. Okay, thank you for that. Just Class 67 says hello from Wales. I'd love to go to Wales someday. Love the Welsh accent. Michael Simonson says hello from Denmark. What's the official name for that toaster thingy? It's called a USB hard drive dock. Sometimes it can be called a hard drive toaster. What 1080 would you recommend? The best one you can afford. I like EVGA products. They have very good support. They stand behind their products. Fancy a vacation, Carrie? Come to Scotland. Scotland's got, I've heard they like to deep fry everything in Scotland. So, you don't have to twist my arm. I'd love to visit the UK. Phil Bowen says hi from Yorkshire, or is it Yorkshire? Mike J. Bowker says hi from New Zealand. What is that Coca-Cola thing in the background? One of my viewers sent me this paper towel holder. They see I like Coca-Cola, so every once in a while I have a viewer that wants to show their support and send me some Coca-Cola memorabilia and stuff. And, like someone sent me Coca-Cola salt and pepper shakers, but they didn't say who it was from, and I had no way to really thank them, and I don't really want Coca-Cola salt and pepper shakers. So I just kind of put them in the garage. And then someone sent me the big Coca-Cola logo thing that goes like on the fountain drink machine. And I hung that in the wall in the garage. There's no place for it here in the house, and my wife would kill me. So I do appreciate it. It's very nice gestures. That I was actually able to use. Although I think my wife is kind of getting sick of seeing it. She doesn't see the awesomeness of Coca-Cola stuff. It's not a good place It is not good to place hard drives in a toaster. What do you place in a toaster? And if you said toast, you're wrong. It's bread. Hey, Carrie, did you ever work on an Acer laptop? Well, I've been fixing computers professionally since 1991. There's probably a pretty good chance that an Acer laptop has crossed my path a time or two. I have an old Dell Inspiron laptop. Can I put an SSD in it? It's probably not worth it. You'd have to make sure that the hard drive interface is SATA, and if it's not SATA 3, you know, the original SATA was SATA 1, and then they doubled the data output to SATA 2 and doubled it again to SATA 3. So it came out at 150 megabits a second, megabits, which is essentially the same as a mechanical drive, and then they doubled it to SATA 3. SATA 2, which was 300 megabit, doubled the 150 to 300, and then the 300 got doubled to 600, and they said, oh, we can't go any faster than that. We've saturated the bus. That's when we switched to M.2 PCI Express, or PCI times 4 NVMe. Can you recommend some USB 3 sticks? Yes, there's already a video. If you look at the fastest USB drive for under $99, I've gone through that already. Good morning, Carrie from Western Australia. Good morning. Hi from Kenya. You should come see the lions here. I'm sure they will be pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm sure they would be pleased to meet me as well. They will have me over for dinner. Hi, Carrie, still watching you from Ontario. I've been watching your channel since I was 11 years old. I became CompTIA A+ certified at 12 years old, and now at 15, I still watch your channel. That's awesome. What is your view on Bitcoin mining? You know, it's a hobby. Some people have been able to turn that hobby into a money-making venture. Most people have lost a lot of money. Here's what I can tell you about mining. There's a key word here, mining. Look at the history books and learn about mining. Mining requires a very large investment in the tools you need to mine, and there's a huge risk that you're actually going to mine anything of any value. So, to summarize, the California gold rush, you should be familiar with that in your history that you've learned in school. All these people heard there was gold in them there hills, and they all moved out to California and started digging and trying to stake their claim. And do you know who made the most amount of money consistently? The folks selling the shovels. Vaping Andy says he's watching from Wilcox, Arizona. Wilcox is this little tiny town way down towards the bottom of Arizona. It's a neat, quiet little town. They have a winery there, I recall. Was it UFO winery or alien winery? I know there was a Red Barn winery there. And then I remember I went to Apple Annie's, where they have apple trees. You go pick your own apples. I mean, that's basically doing their farm labor and then paying them to let you do it. It's a neat experience. Took my nephew there. I don't know how to pronounce his name. It looks like Sukjo Singh says, I love your videos. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Have I ever been to Croatia? I can make this real easy. I've never really been outside of the United States. I've been into Canada, like Toronto and Ontario, Windsor, and I've been to the Caribbean. That's it. Oh, and Mexico, the little cities in Mexico. So I don't really think that's really out of the United States. The Caribbean's not that far off the coast of Florida. I was brought up in Detroit. Windsor, Ontario, Canada was 14 miles away from my house. And then Mexico, of course, I live in Arizona, which is practically Mexico, so it's pretty much the same, pretty close. What is the oldest PC you own? I'll show you something. How is this going? Is this taking a while? Because I'll show you something if I have time. Oh yeah, I've got time. This isn't mine. This is a customer's who loaned it to me, and I said I would make a video on it, and I haven't had any time to do it. It's been collecting a lot of dust, and I've got it way back here. And the dust is, let me get a can of air. I can show this to you. You'd think this is a setup. You just asked the right question. You see this laptop bag? Bring it up to the camera a little bit. It's been sitting on the floor in my home office. It's pretty dusty. Yeah. Explain to me again how that desert is good for your lungs. In this bag, I have an NEC laptop. You guys remember a company called NEC? And here is what it looks like. We've got a latch on this side and on this side. Pull that latch and lift up. That's your monitor and your keyboard. Back in these days, we measured the monitor by how many columns and rows of text. So it could be 80 by 20 or 80 by 40. We didn't measure by pixels. And you'll see that we still use the same keyboard layout. Whoops. Here's the information on the back of it, which kind of describes all of the details. I don't know if there's a year on there. Is there a year on the back of this when it says it was made? It says it's a notebook computer from Digital, which is NEC. PCP11 is the model. I don't know, somebody Google that, see if you can pull up a year when the PCP11 digital notebook computer came out. I'm going to guess it was sometime in the 90s. So it's probably 20 years old. And you can see they got these real funky screws they're using on the bottom of it here, like to get this, I think is the hard drive back here. Maybe only be like a 20 meg hard drive or something like that. Not gig, but meg. Let's see what kind of reaction I got in the chat room from that. Is it steam powered? It very well could be. Brian Tech says I would strip that out and put in a Raspberry Pi 3 and make it a RetroPie. Brian, you're welcome to do that. I couldn't waste my time. $1985? Is it that old? I don't think it's that old. Is it really? Can it run Crysis? I could probably create one. Let's see what else we got in here. You guys might have a good time. This is an old trackball Logitech. It's got a little clip on it. So you'd clip it onto the side of the laptop and you'd roll it around with your thumb. And then you had your left and right mouse buttons right here. And it's got to be PS2, right? Because there was no USB back then. Oh, no, it's serial. Wow. Okay. So for those of you who are millennials, this is what we had back in the day, and we were happy to have it. You kids today, with your PlayStations and your Xboxes, this is what we had. We had serial plug and a track mouse we could roll, and it had little clips. You could clip it onto the side of the laptop and roll. I don't know where the ball is, but the ball goes in there. It's basically an upside down mouse, right? Because a mouse, you move it back and forth, and then the ball goes the opposite direction, and it's all done in software. So this one, you roll it to the right, it goes to the right. When you flip it here and you go to the right, the ball rolls to the left. Anyway, and then there's your two buttons. So there wasn't a specific like mouse port, like PS2 hadn't been invented yet. And the power brick, oh my gosh. The power brick is huge. Not quite as big as my face, but I have a pretty big face. Oh, I found the mouse ball. Where's the little... There's supposed to be a ring that holds that mouse ball in place. Where's the ring? So anyway, yeah, that's with the mouse ball in there, and just roll that around. It's just a trackball. You're supposed to use your thumb. You roll that around and click, click. No carpal tunnel syndrome that way. Always remember to clean your mouse balls. Nothing worse than dirty mouse balls. It's true. That is a true statement. You laugh and giggle all you want. We sure did. And it's just as funny today as it was back then. But there's nothing to secure the ball in place. There's a ring that goes around it, and the ring is gone. Anyway, I see that my customer's laptop is done with the clone, so we can continue. Who remembers no modems? Oh, sure. All right. How come things don't go back in the bag the way they came out? Well, even old stuff. Come on. I know it was all in there. I'm not putting any more in there that was in there to begin with. Why isn't it closing? What the heck, man? What the heck? Getting me upset. See, I'm swearing now. Jam it all in there. Got a weird smell. I don't know what that is. Smells like death. Let's just put that over there. I was going to do a video on that, and I'll get around to it one of these days. I got to wash digital off my hands. Ugh, it's musty. Old tech. Whoa. Okay. All right. Back to work. Got about 589 people watching us live right now, which is very cool. Dead mouse, very clever. Very good. I like that. The Dorn 666. You're on the ball. Pun intended. Okay. About time to cook something up. You know, I was going to show you guys on my next cooking video. You Brits will like this. Potatoes. I'm going to show you how to make French fries. But another time. You don't just cut them up and throw them in the fryer. They come out soggy and gross. You gotta blanch them, and then you cook them once and let them sit, and then cook them again. All right. So anyway, back to the laptop. This is done now. I'm going to click OK, and I'm going to close the window. You really don't have to go through a lot. And then it's going through this whole process of shutting down. I'm going to hold the power button down and cut power to the laptop. Bingo. I'm done with the flash drive. The process is complete. The hard drive that's in here has been duplicated onto the solid state drive. I'm going to turn off the hard drive dock. The light is off. It's safe to remove. This is our solid state drive. It's ready to rock and roll. Once it's installed, it'll run. We won't have to do anything special to it. I'm going to unplug all power from the laptop, and when everything unplugged, you don't want to have any short circuits. You want to remove the battery before you begin. It's not that you have to, it's that you should. It's like a famous Homer Simpson line. It's one of my favorite lines. They didn't say they couldn't fry my shirt. They said I shouldn't fry my shirt. All right, so that's the battery I've just removed. I love this little keyboard. I saw this at Newegg when I was there working on doing some stuff for them. This is a CM Storm gaming keyboard, mechanical keyboard, and it drives people crazy because this keyboard It is very loud. I like that. I just love the tactile feel of that. Got a couple of tools here. Let's see if I can get you a little bit of a close-up with the camera on what I'm about to do, because I kind of don't know when I'm dealing with a new machine like this. I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing, but they all more or less come apart the same, so you can kind of go into it head first and kind of figure it out. You can also look on YouTube for videos that will show you the disassembly process of whatever particular model of laptop that you have, and I strongly encourage you to do that before you take it apart so you know what to expect. A couple days ago I did do that exact thing for this laptop. I kind of looked to see if there was any shortcut. I figured I was going to take these screws out, and some of these screws have a little icon next to them. I don't know what that means. I'm probably going to take out more screws than I need to. So I'm going to start. There's a row of screws right across this area here. Let's see if this makes it better for you to see, but it makes it harder for me to see. So I'm going to do this the hard way for your benefit, okay? I could do this better if I wasn't filming this. So I'm a little bit handicapped here working backwards for the camera. So cut me some slack if you would, please. You'll see I'm not using an electrical screwdriver on this. These screws are very delicate, they're very small, they're easy to lose. And with a laptop, sometimes the screw lengths vary, so you want to make sure you put the same screws back in the same holes, or at least keep the case screws different from the internal screws. Looks like we've got 3 more across here. Let's take this next row out. Remember, we're not taking the bottom off, we're taking the top off. I'm not sure which one of these screws hold the top in, so like I said, I'm probably taking out more screws than I need to. So far, all of these screws are the same length, so I don't worry about specifically which holes they came out of. I'm sure if I went back to that YouTube video and watched it, it would tell me specifically which screws I need to remove, but I'm just going to take them all out. Take them all out. You don't have to do that. But if I stop my stream or pause it so I can go watch a video, you know, we're live, so the show must go on. The hard drive isn't under the motherboard, the hard drive is under the keyboard, I'm pretty sure. I don't like it when manufacturers do this. A hard drive, to me, should be very easily accessible. In many laptops, it's very easily accessible. You just remove 2 screws and slide the side out and the drive comes out. It's easy peasy in and out. And then you have, you know, laptops like this one. This screw that I just pulled out from this corner is much, much longer than the other screws. So I need to make sure I put this one back in that left corner, so I'm going to put that screw over there. I missed one right here. The rest of these look like they're the same length. They all have red Loctite on them. Okay, I think I've got them all. I think so. And this cover now, this whole front cover should come off. There may be another tool I've got to separate it. It's very easy to, there's often little plastic clips that you can break off if you're impatient. You cannot be impatient and work on a laptop. That is a recipe for disaster. I just want to make sure I've got everything. Did I miss a screw somewhere? I think I got them all. There's probably, I'm going to guess there's a couple screws underneath. There's a couple of tabs here. And I have to get a tool to lift those up. I'm not sure if I need to pull those up or not. this is not, I mean, this thing is not budging. Let me grab my jeweler's screwdriver set. I want to see what's underneath those little tabs if I have to pull those. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Let's see. Where is... Well, here's a couple of screwdrivers here. You know what? I'll just grab these for now. These should be good. There's actually a little plastic pry tool you can get if you're going to open up tablets and smartphones and stuff. That won't score the plastic, you know, when you stick it in there. Okay, let's see. These look like they just come right up. Yeah. So there's a little sticker. Looks like it's just stuck on there on each side. And I just want to lift that. Come on. You need a really fine screwdriver to get in there, lift that up and peel it back. And then there's two more screws. There's one right there. Once again, I'm not sure which ones are holding in the top lid. For all I know, it could just be those two screws. I don't know. But I take them all out. The fun part is putting it all back together. Taking it apart's easy. Anybody can take it apart. This thing is still not budging at all. So I'm wondering if there's a clip that I'm missing. I could be very gentle and see if I can get in here, but I don't want to score the plastic at all. I don't want there to be, you know, I'm being paid to do this as a professional. So it should look like a professional did it. Come on, is it coming up? So what I'm doing is I'm unclipping it by sliding my thumb around the edge here. And it still feels, it almost feels like something's still holding it in, but it just may be these clips. I hate this. I really, really hate this. It makes me so nervous. This is why I don't like working on a lot of laptops when you have to get into this. It's so easy to break those little clips, and then this, once you break them, this will never sit flush ever again. And then you got to explain that to the customer. So I would rather say, you know what, maybe you should take that somewhere else to have that work done, because I don't want to be responsible for damaging it. Now, if you're somebody who works on laptops all day, and I do know a guy locally here in town who's been working on a laptop since the 90s. He's really, really good at it. And his name is Troy, and he is with a company called SPSI. S like Sam, P like Peter, S like Sam, and the letter I. And they've been around since the 90s, and he is really good at doing laptop. I mean, he does desktop repair too, but he's really, really good at laptop repair. And you don't see too many guys doing it as long as he's been doing it. So let me turn this so you can see what's going on. I've got the front of this unclipped without breaking anything, as you can see here. And now it's the sides. I'm so nervous that there's still a screw or something in there that I haven't removed, that when it doesn't just easily pop out, I am really, really nervous about how much pressure to apply. It's a judgment call. How do you know how much pressure to apply before it breaks? And it's really frustrating you know, when you're like, I really don't want to put more pressure than this, but I don't know what else I can do. Now, someone's mentioning the optical drive will probably slide out. And yeah, I think the optical drive will slide out when I removed, there's two screws here, and I don't think it'll make a difference, but there are two, this screw here, and I think this screw here, or maybe just that icon right there is strictly for the optical drive. And I think the optical drive will just pull out, and it will. And in fact, that little hole right there at the top of the optical drive is what was securing that in position. Optical drives in laptops are very easy to replace. Nothing rocket science about that, but I don't think it's helping us in any way by removing it. There are, interestingly, there are 2 screws right here. But it doesn't look like they're, well, I don't know. I was going to say it doesn't look like there's 2 screws way up here. But it looks like they're holding in a metal bracket. But it also looks like it's part of the lid. It very well may be part of the lid. Let's see if I can get those screws out. This makes me nervous. Yeah, that screwdriver's too big and this screwdriver's too small. Okay. Well, I can take them out. I don't think they have to come out. I don't think they're going in very far, but there's one. It's a very, very tiny screw, extraordinarily shallow. I don't believe that is connecting to the lid at all. And what I'm trying to do here, I do see the little plastic clips though. Maybe I can get at those plastic clips. I realize I'm probably right at the top of where the camera is. Let me see if I can move the camera a little bit and you guys can get a better idea of what's going on. Let's bring that up a little bit here. There we go. Up inside where the optical drive was here, you can kind of see where that lid clips down. When I say the lid, I'm referring to this whole piece right here. It's very difficult for me to see. Do not like this. Give me a desktop any day of the week. Don't understand how these come out. I'll take a better look at how it's coming out on this side. What do these tabs look like? Okay, the tabs need to be pushed in. It's not really clear. Yeah, there it goes. Well, it does appear that other screw has to come out. Now that I'm looking at it, this screw right up here, I already took out the first one behind the optical drive. We've got a second one here. And trying to find a screwdriver that fits in there. Carry those screws above the optic drive, hold the keyboard. I've worked on a laptop similar. Yeah, I think you are right. No, it did not break. That did not break. That was just the clips. But again, it's enough to, if you've got anxiety about breaking it, that's enough to really give you a heart attack but that's the sound of the clips unsnapping. And that's why it's really easy if you apply too much pressure or in the wrong direction, and you just rip that thing off, you'll break those clips and then it won't clip back down properly. And then it's, I don't know, duct tape. I don't know what you're going to do. It's just not going to sit right. And I just can't get that one in there. It's just not going. It's a very fine threaded screw, or fine, not fine threaded, but the Phillips head on it is really tiny. I do have I think I have a Phillips head jeweler screwdriver, which is what that looks like it's going to need. That is the first time I can recall seeing that type of head on a screw in a laptop. I love HP. I just love them. Whatever I'm charging for this job, it's not enough. This makes me very nervous. I am not comfortable doing this at all. I'm much more confident and comfortable doing what I'm familiar doing. There we go. That fit. There we go. Okay. Now that can come out. And this is so easy to drop that screw down into the hole here. Got it. That can go right there. Okay, just move it over here. Knock those onto the carpet, and they'll be gone forever. Okay. Yeah. So that just freed right up. Beautiful. Now, ideally, we won't have that situation on the other side. Does look like I missed a screw here. I'm seeing one on the opposite corner by the hinge. And you shouldn't, you know, the way I've got this laptop right now, you should not be laying the laptop. You can, if you push down too hard on this or the weight of the laptop comes down, you will break the hinge. And if you close it, you might snap the piece right back in that I just gingerly separated. So you've got to figure, ideally, you take all the screws out right to begin with so you don't find yourself in this position. So let's see if we can get that one screw out. I think that's going to be one of those long screws again. Is it? Yeah, it certainly is. So the hinge screws are longer than all the other screws. I like consistency. That's good. All right, so now you'll see we've got this side is now up. This front is up. And again, changing a hard drive should not be this involved, any more than a manufacturer should make changing the tires on a car very difficult. And that was Mr. Meeseeks falling down again, so I think I'm just going to set him, lay him down. He's not going to stand on his feet. I think he's had a little too much to drink. Come on. Something feels like it's holding it in right here, and I don't know if it's a clip or a screw, but something is preventing this side from coming up. And I really don't want to put any more pressure on it than that. So it does feel like there's something over here that I am missing, but I don't see anything I could be missing. It looks okay. It may just be a clip. He made everybody jump. Come on. Come on. I cannot get that corner up. Let me just turn this back around. I used to have a little pry tool designed for this. I don't know if I still have one. I know they sell one on Amazon. It's made of metal and it's designed, what do they call it? It's a pry tool designed for smartphones and tablets and, you know, some laptops like this one. And let's see. I'm gonna, just in my workstation here, I just want to look up, I thought I had it on my wish list on Amazon. I never ordered it because I haven't needed one until now. Usually most laptops, when I do hard drive or memory upgrades, it's just a couple of screws and you're in and you're out. This one, making my life difficult. I might have removed it from my wish list, come to think of it. Just give me a minute. I'll know in a minute. It's called, well, there's a company called Vastar. They have a 14-piece professional opening pry tool repair kit. It's made of nylon. iFixit, which is all one word, has a tool. And okay, iSesame is the one I'm thinking of, which is they call it a genuine spudger repair opening pry tool for Apple, iPod, iPhone, iPad. But clearly it'll work on a lot of other things. But if you go to Amazon and you type in pry tool electronics or electronic pry tool, you'll see a number of them, even some that look like dental picks. So, all right, at least that makes me feel better. iSesame is what that's called. I had that on my wish list a long time, and probably for about 2 years, and I said, you know what, I'm never going to order this. I took it off my wish list. Someone said iFixit tools are great. Yeah, I have no doubt. iFixit's is a great site. Did I miss something here? Maybe somebody in the chat has a clue for me. Try a credit card and push clip. Use a chisel. Try a credit card. Yeah, maybe a credit card. I don't really want to use a credit card because it generally ruins the card. You'll scuff it up or break it or bend it. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. What's holding me in here? Something is holding it in right here. I don't know what, though. On just about any other laptop, this would have been done a half an hour ago. Jesus, makes me so nervous. We're getting there. I'm making progress slowly but surely. I'm getting there. Having a problem right at the hinge. It's like, God, this is so frustrating. And I got quite a bend going on here. It's bent pretty good. I need a bigger, need another tool. How many tools is it going to take for me to open this? Some people have asked me, they say, what's it going to take for me to become a computer technician? What classes do I take? What do I study? And I always recommend to people, get a job at a place like Geek Squad or somewhere where experience doesn't really matter, and they will train you on the job. And do that for about 1 year to 2 years, just working on whatever rolls in. And the experience you gain from that is better than any school. As far as I know, there's no, I mean, apart from a technical school, there's no class that I'm aware of that you can take to become a computer technician. And then people say, well, what tools should I buy? I want to become a tech. What are the tools I should buy? Don't buy any tools. Just, if you're sincere about becoming a computer tech, go get a computer to fix. And then go get whatever tools you need to do that repair job. What about software tools? Download whatever software tools you're going to need to do that repair job. And over time, as you fix more and more, you will gain more and more tools, both software tools and physical tools. After a couple of years, you will have your toolkit, and you will have the toolkit that is what you need for the kind of work you end up doing. You might stumble into doing specialty repair work. You might, whatever your area needs. Or you might find you're more drawn to doing certain kinds of repairs. So you can't really anticipate this stuff. The difference between people who are techs and people who aren't is the people who are techs actually went out and got jobs. Right? They found computers that needed to be repaired. That's the hardest part of any job, is finding your customer. Once you've got the customer, then you can worry about the other stuff. But you're jumping way ahead of the game. Man, this is frustrating me. You're jumping way ahead of the game by trying to be prepared, if you will. You're never going to be prepared. You're always going to have situations where you need a tool you don't have, or you need some software you've never used before. And then you're going to gain experience from that. That's going to lead you in the direction of sorry, I'm trying to see what's going on with this. That's going to lead you in the direction of what tools you should buy, or you know, if you find yourself a company needs some networking work done and you don't have the skill necessary, you can say, well, you know, I'll do this at a discounted rate, and you just tell them, be honest with the customer. I've never done it before, but I can solve it. I will fix it one way or the other. And you see the job through. You go online to get help. If you have a trusted friend or somebody that you can lean on, visit certain forums that are dedicated to the subject of whatever it is you're working on. And people will help you if you ask for the help. And then you've gained that knowledge, and et cetera, et cetera. Oh, I see there's a couple of plastic tabs back here. Now, you see how much time I'm taking on this, and it's because I'm not familiar with it. And so because I'm not familiar with it, I'm very, very cautious, and as a result of being cautious, I'm very, very slow. Now, somebody who is an authorized repair technician for HP will rip one of these open and have it all back together in the amount of time it's taken me. And so many laptops are different. This is a very uncommon design. And even the way that this opens, finding another HP similar will probably open slightly different, even if it's a similar design. And certainly laptops from Dell and other manufacturers use their own designs as well. So when you work on these laptops versus working on a desktop, you have a lot of changing variables depending on the age and the model of the laptop. And it varies not only between manufacturer, but even within a manufacturer's own model line. The disassembly process can vary quite excessively. But there is still something holding this in. I can feel it. There's like a hidden screw somewhere that I have not removed. It is not letting this come up. Gosh, that is frustrating. I'm trying to see where the hard drive is. Man, I'm telling you, there is something right in the middle. Did I miss a screw? I missed a screw. There it is. Gosh, that's awful. I missed two, right? I missed the one on the hinge, and I missed this one. There it is, right there. That's the guy. That's the little bugger. Now this should lift up easy. We shouldn't have that resistance anymore. Oh, well, look at what we have here. I see a hard drive. This should just pop right out now. So nerve-wracking. Well, right in there is the hard drive. I don't know how well you can see it. And there's maybe part of you that's like, just get your hands in there and swap it out. But there's a better chance of me breaking it trying to kind of do that with the lid. You can see how much how much it's bending. And it makes me very nervous. But that's the drive right there. And that's like the drive rail, just sitting there, not attached to anything. It almost feels like there's still two more screws. And And they're like right in here somewhere. I don't know that I'm going to be able to pop that out, or if there's maybe screws hidden under those rubber feet that have to come out. Gosh, this is frustrating. But that is the hard, I mean, I can reach in and pull it. So that's one side, and that's the other side. I hate to do this. I really don't want to do it this way. And there's our drive. What's the manufacturing date on this? 24th of September 2015. Let me give you a close-up of what that looks like. That's our hard drive, right? Come on, focus. It's gonna focus. So that's the drive. You see it's a standard SATA connector, and of course, that'll fit right in there. Good place to hold it for now. And the docking tray. Get our other hard drive out. And these pieces just go back on. We really don't need these cushions. But that's how that goes back together. I'm just surprised that they didn't use any screws to hold that back together like so. Yeah, the drive isn't that old, but it's a budget drive, okay? So it's not a high performance drive, so age doesn't make it good. Just because it's not that old doesn't mean that's not that bad. I've seen older drives that are higher performance than that. And, you know, again, I don't want to install this drive like this, but I don't know. I'm so nervous about trying to take the top of this off. It's just, it feels like there's still a couple of screws missing, and I'm afraid I'm going to break the Klipsch. And I'm afraid I'm going to break it this way too. Like, I'm just kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't situation. Very nerve-wracking. I don't want to have to buy my customer a new laptop. And you know, that leads me to another thing. The skill in running a business is different than the skill in being a computer technician. These are two different skill sets. I'm sure Brian can tell you all about it because he knows. If you want to be a successful businessman, then you learn how to delegate the work. You learn how to find somebody to do this work, right? Or even some of the work, like even just this job. I could have just outsourced this job to somebody else, tacked a little profit onto it. The customer doesn't need to know. Okay, drive is in. And you can make a lot more money and not work as hard, you know. On the other hand, you are held accountable for it. So if you hire a guy who steals your equipment and you never hear from him again, he steals your customer's stuff, that's on you. So it's not without risk, but you know, I could hire a bunch of people to do jobs, more jobs than I can do in a day, and if they're good at what they do, you know, they've proven themselves, you know, that I can trust them to do quality work, that I would do my, you know, the same kind of work I do. It's a win-win for everybody, and your customer doesn't know. The customer still only sees you. So as far as the customer is concerned, you did the work. So you still have to have a certain amount of technical knowledge to be able to talk to the customer about what was done, the work that was performed, and any follow-up questions the customer may have, you're going to need to answer. Just checking that everything's seated right because it's stuck. Come on. Now it won't sit back down. There's something right there. Come on. So now I've got the new drive in, but it's got a little recess the drive needs to sit in from the other direction. There it is. Still something right there that's not seated right. On this side of the laptop, you can see there's a bulge. I'll tell you what this is good for. This is good for humbling you. When the minute you think you got all the knowledge you think you need, that's when a problem like this will rear its ugly head and say, guess what? Take everything you think you know and forget it. Come on now. Why you got to be like that? Why you got to be like that? What did I ever do to you? You talk about doing something the hard way. I don't think there's a more difficult way I could have done this. The hard drive actually sits up inside of this tray. So my initial, I must have pulled out a laptop that was slightly different. It looks the same. The video that I saw, the whole top comes off and the keyboard stays down. But in this case, everything's coming off the top. The keyboard's like connected to it, and the hard drive is connected to the bottom. So the proper way to work on this would actually be to flip it upside down and to lift this bottom off. And I'm thinking there's a couple of screws underneath these rubber feet, and I think that's why it's not coming off. And I hate taking the rubber feet off because they're often glued in place, and then they won't stick back when you give it back to the customer. It certainly seems like this bottom should come off. But it's funky. It's a real funky design. It makes me very, very nervous. And I am very suspicious that there's a couple of screws underneath those rubber feet. I might take the rubber feet off. I really don't want to. So patience, folks. It's more important that you do the job right than doing the job quickly. A customer would much rather that you took longer and gave it back to them working than you felt pressured to rush a job. And you have to understand that as somebody going live on YouTube, I can't rehearse this, I can't predict what's going to happen. And if you guys are going to be really inconsiderate of that, it's just discouraging to go live on future repairs to show you the real world, the real struggles that can occur on some repairs if you're too impatient, to understand the actual time and effort that goes into these repairs. This is the real world, and not every repair is going to be easy peasy. Some will be easy, and some you'll regret taking on. But when you're committed to it, you have to see it through. You have to. You have committed. That feels pretty good. Now, did I knock anything loose? I don't think I did. Will it close? Let's see. Still have a lump right here. This is one of the most frustrating things I have dealt with. Not only was it difficult to open, now it doesn't want to close right. But it's got a big, it's like part of the drive itself right there isn't seated properly. And the ports are lined up okay. It's not like you can't access the ports. I just don't like that it's pushing back on me. Will a headphone jack? Let me grab a headphone. Let me grab a set of headphones and see if a jack will plug in there or if the port's being blocked. It's one of the reasons I don't take on interns, because a lot of interns don't have the patience. They say they want to learn, and then when you get them in here to teach them, they're busy looking at their phone when you're fidgeting at something when they should be helping. Yeah, everything still plugs in okay. So the headphone jack, what I'm making sure is I have a little area here that's not quite flush like it should be. And it seemed to me that everything's in like it should. It looks okay. I mean, it feels smooth. I just know that it's just not seating right, and it's bugging me. Maybe when I tighten the screw down right, you know what, let me just put a screw in there just to see if that will keep it in place. But yeah, I've had a couple of interns where they said oh man, you know, I would love to learn everything from you, and you start to teach them stuff and it's so detailed and technical, they just tune you out. Oh yeah, screw fix that. Okay, now before I put all the screws back into it, where am I? There I am. Before I put all the screws back into this, I want to make sure it still works. So I'm going to just slide the optical drive back in here. Not that we have to, but just a good idea. It'll make the connection inside. I don't need to secure it. And I don't even really need to put the battery back in. I just need to plug the laptop back in and fire it up, and we should boot. We should boot up. Let's see. Here we go. And it should boot up a lot faster. That's a good sign. Boom, that was a lot faster than it was before. Let me put a password in here. Oh, hallelujah. That was a sloppy repair. I'm going to tell you, as a technician, if I saw this video, I would be like, oh my, this guy does this for a living? But I don't normally work on a laptop like this for this very reason. I don't have the right tools. And most laptops, like I say, you can just remove 2 screws and the whole drive comes out. Okay, so I put the customer's password in, and I'm blocking this on purpose to give the customer a little privacy. Now it should detect new hardware. It should say new hard drive found. I'm going to give it a minute to do that while I put some stuff away. But anyway, that's the repair process. Ideally, your laptop will be a lot easier to get to the hard drive. Some really thin, light laptops, like a MacBook Air or something like that, are extraordinarily difficult to get into. And then you might find out they don't even have a normal hard drive. They might have an M.2 drive in there. And maybe you want to upgrade the size, the capacity of your M.2. And it is a real technical challenge to get those open without breaking them. Some are actually glued closed, depending on the model of tablet. Almost all tablets are using some kind of a M.2 storage. It may be soldered on the board. So it's really important that you do your research before you begin to know if you're going to be wasting your time or not. So that, much, much better. Now I can kind of retract the camera back. Let's get us a good view here again. And I am almost running out of battery once more. Now let's widen that out a little bit. There we go. There we go. All right, now I can put all those screws back in it. Just all the screws go wherever. I've got to pull the optical drive back out to put these frustrating things back in. And then the two long screws go into the hinge door, the hinges rather of the lid, not the door. I can't believe I missed 2 screws though. It helps to have a really bright light. It helps to have good eyesight. And probably should have been wearing my glasses when I was doing that, but my vanity was more important, which is really stupid. And I see Alusu is there moderating chat. Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate that. Got 611 people watching. And like I said earlier, if you are watching this after the fact, please leave a comment of where you're from. And if you want to shout out where you're from in the chat, that's cool too. Brytech still in there, or did he leave? Trolling for Dollars says, howdy Carrie. iJailbreak Pro says, sup. Diego says, greetings from Ecuador. I don't think I've ever had anybody from Ecuador in here before. Welcome. Got some folks from New Zealand. Got some Kiwis in the chat room. Germany, Newfoundland, Cherry Hill, New Jersey, Alabama, Sarasota, Florida, Bloomington, Illinois, Canada, Germany, Scotland, Chandler, Arizona, the what was those islands? Orkney Islands. Let's see what else we got. Columbus, Georgia, Ireland, Mexico, Texas, or Tejas. Who is Brian? Brytech09 is Brian. I don't know if he's still in there or not. I wish I got a list of everybody in the chat, but I only see you when you type. Brytech did leave. Yeah, I figured he would. It's probably 2 in the morning or something there in England. We've got some folks in England watching, though. Somebody from Bulgaria, Alabama, Phoenix, Turkey, Ireland, Birmingham, the Edinburgh, Norway, Jacksonville, Florida, Finland, Helsinki, Finland, cool. Northern Michigan, Toronto, Canada, Argentina, South Carolina, Sydney, Australia, Wisconsin, Ohio, Washington, D.C., North Carolina, Pittsburgh, Ireland, Pennsylvania, Manchester, UK, Zimbabwe, Croatia, San Francisco, Romania, Philadelphia, Leeds in the UK. I need therapy for that upgrade. You and me both, brother. You know, there's sometimes we really have to enjoy the work. If you don't enjoy this kind of work, don't go doing this kind of work for a living. You know, if you're afraid of dogs, don't become a dog catcher for a living. And if you're very impatient, a computer technician is not the right line of work for you. Someone's from Egypt, Ireland, Murray Bridge, Australia. I never even heard of that. Jeff says, hello, Carrie. Hi, Jeff. Vape Nation says it was fun to watch. Thank you for your time. Barbados. Greetings from Scranton, Pennsylvania. Living Chicken is in Idaho. Indiana, South End, UK. The stream was fun, pure drama. Well, that's real life, you know? You usually don't get much more dramatic than things that happen in real life. I'm surprised I don't have a reboot here, that it detected a new drive and it wants to reboot. No, guess not. And I should see this react a lot faster. When I click on things, they should happen a lot faster. Let's go to this PC. Let's go to the drive. There's the C drive now. You can right-click, go to Properties, and it's going to be exactly like Acronis said it was going to be as far as the partition layout. We still have the D drive partition for recovery, which is good for the customer. The recovery partition's there. HP Tools is another partition. So everything is exactly as it was. We haven't. As far as the customer is concerned, this is a transparent upgrade. It should just seem to be faster. So I'm very, very happy with how that turned out. I was very nervous about it. It's been a very long time. I will tell you that in an ordinary situation like this, I would have turned the job down. I would have said, look, it's clearly a complicated process to get the drive out. What I did was I looked on YouTube for this model of laptop, which is difficult because there's no model number on it anywhere. So I had to kind of look in the system properties to look at the HP software tools to determine what make and, well, I know the make, but what model of laptop this was. And I thought I found one because it looked exactly the same, but it did not come apart like this. And that's why I tell you, working on these laptops stinks sometimes because you've got to know all the different possible ways they come apart. And if all I did is work on laptops for a living, I'd probably be familiar with many of the same processes. Even if they're not exactly the same, you know, you will see patterns of the way manufacturers will do things. And let's see, I don't want to put that back in. I still have screws to put in. Let's put those two in that go here. Those really bug me, and I'm so afraid of dropping those. But if I don't do jobs like this ever, then I don't grow as a technician. And there is some risk involved. And it seems like a lot of people that ask me questions are basically asking me how they can avoid failure. And asking me how to avoid failure is asking me how you can do something without learning how to do it. There is risk, and it should be a calculated risk, not a blind risk. Okay? There's a difference between blind risk and calculated risk. And at a certain point, if you get stuck, it helps to have somebody you can go to for help if you don't have that in your life. Know when to stop, know what your limits are, and return the thing back to the way it was without breaking it. Don't break it. Don't get so frustrated you break it. Give it back to the customer in the same condition the customer gave it to you and tell them you cannot do the job. You don't have the right tools for the job. You don't have to tell them you don't know how to do it. Just tell them you don't have the tools required to do this job. And the customers, generally the customers respect that. They can go, okay, well, thank you for trying. And then you can recommend they contact the manufacturer directly for advice on where they can go to get it repaired or upgraded locally. If there's any authorized repair centers, you're much better doing that than getting yourself into a situation where you've broken something and it is your responsibility to replace that or to pay for the repair. And you know, education costs money. Education, whether you go to school and you pay money per credit hour plus the books and the homework, or you can just do this. You just do it. And you may end up having to pay for mistakes that you make. I mean, education is going to cost you one way or another. And you're going to cut your expenses if you know when to quit, if you know when to back away and either delegate the job, find somebody who can fix it, and just make it out like, you know, you can either hide it from the customer if you're confident behind that person's work, or, you know, offer the option to the customer, say, look, I don't have the tools for this, but I know somebody who does. You know, I can be the middleman if you want me to be, or you can deal with them directly. You know, that's your choice. That's part of the business side of being a technician. You got the technical side of doing the technical work, and you've got the business side of running a business. And the business side of running a computer repair business is no different than running any business, whether it's a restaurant, a tax accountant, whatever. The guy who owns this laptop, he does car windshield replacements. And in fact, I hired him. He's a neighbor of mine, and I hired him to do all 3 windshields on my cars. And I was so impressed with him because he saw things. He had a piece of glass for my Mustang, and he noticed that the glass had a weird flaw in it. And he tried to show it to me, and I couldn't see it. I said, you know, I don't know what you're pointing out to me. It looks like a perfect piece of glass. But if you're telling me that that glass has a flaw in it, I trust you because you're the glass guy. And I don't need to have the piece of glass today. And he hadn't taken the old piece of glass out yet. And I said, that's fine. He said, I'm going to get you a new piece of glass and come back. and, you know, put it off for whatever it was, a day or two. He got the new piece of glass. And you know, that kind of pride, it just made me feel good he was looking out for me. He could have put that piece of glass in and not said a word. I don't think I'd ever saw whatever the flaw was. But the problem is, if I went to trade the car in, somebody might have said, hey, this glass isn't right, I'm going to deduct a value from your car. Or maybe the glass was dangerous. Maybe I could have gotten into an accident and then the glass didn't break properly or protect me properly. And you know what I mean? So I felt like he was really looking out for me. And then he's like, oh, you fix computers, I'll keep that in mind. And then months had gone by, maybe half a year, and he reached out to me and he said, hey, would you look at my laptop? And here we are. So that's why I made an exception for him to work on his laptop. If it was anybody else, I probably would have said, you know what? This isn't really something that's easy to get into, and I don't really want to risk it. And then when you combine that with the fact that I saw a YouTube video that looked like this exact model where the top came off but the keyboard stayed down, that also gave me a false bit of confidence. But you'll also see I stuck with it. I was very slow, very cautious, but I saw the job through to the end. I've not damaged anything. There's no scuff marks. Everything feels, well, I still feel a little bold. Well, that's the optical drive though. That's not the, why is it like that? Oh, it wasn't snapped all the way in, that's why. Yeah, now it's great. And the worst part, I mean, the part that scares me the most is gouging into the plastic and leaving a nick in what is otherwise a nickless laptop. And there we have it. That's the wireless USB for the mouse he's got in the bag. And we are up and running just that quick. You want to do the boot time again? Let's see what the boot time is. Do you guys remember what the boot time was before? It was quite a while. Now let's power it on. Now that I've got all the screws in, everything's put back together. Can't even tell it was ever apart. And here we go. Now we're booting. Start your clocks. Well, clock should have already been started. And we should be up there in record time. I think he's going to be very impressed with the performance on this. I think he's going to be very happy. And let's see. Boom. We're up. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And then barring that, he's going to need more RAM if he still feels like it's slow. And the processor, you know what? Let me log back into this so I can tell you a little more detail about this laptop with its specs. I meant to do that before I got started, and I got sidetracked on the clone. And then once the clone was done, I started to do the repair. I was going to do a performance test on the old drive to show you the transfer rate, and then do it again, but I forgot. Sorry. That's what happens when we go live. Not like I'm going to put the old drive back in it just so I can run the test. Forget that. I don't want to go through that again. I am so done. It's an HP Pavilion laptop? Yeah, I don't do that. That's going to be my answer from now on. What a pain in the butt. And then sometimes when you take these apart, you can disconnect the touchpad. You want to make sure everything's working as it should. So type system. So this is an AMD A10 8700P Radeon R6. It's got 10 compute cores, whatever that means, with a 2-core processor, 1800 megahertz. I checked it for a BIOS update when he had it here, and there was a BIOS update for it I had flashed to the new one. He's got Windows 10 Home build 14393. When I go to Windows Update, it says I have the latest. I don't know what the, you know what? I can just type WinVer, right? WINVER. Yeah, it's build 1607, so that's the creator's update. And then, what's the RAM in here? I think it's 4 gigs of RAM. I don't like the system information. I want the control panel version of system. No, no, that's not what I wanted. God, I love Windows 10. I just love it, love it. Let's just do it the old school way. Let's go back to the control panel. And once I'm in the control panel, now I can go to System. No, it scrolled up on me. Let's go down here to System, right there. 6 gigs of RAM. 5.57 is usable. What that means is his onboard graphics is using the difference. That's why it's not all available. And let's see if I can give you a little close-up of those specs. Let's see if we can get in there. So there's the specs. And then I can run crystal disk info on there. Let me pull this back. And let me get a flash drive that has crystal disk on it. And let's do a data transfer test. I know that old drive, it was slow, really, really slow. I want to say it was below 100. But let's be generous. The maximum you're going to see on a mechanical drive is about 130. And this was not a fast mechanical drive. This was a slow one. So it was between 100 and 130 on the read speed. And now, let me just plug my flash drive in here and pull up crystal disk mark, which is in here somewhere. Well, this isn't the latest version, but that's okay. I don't need to be exact. I just want to get an idea. Okay, there's the crystal disk mark software. And let me disconnect that flash drive. I don't need it anymore. This is the flash drive that I actually use when I go to clients. And I put this on my key ring. It's a little carabiner. And you see it kind of folds out like a Swiss Army knife. And then the carabiner just, I've got a key ring back here. And I just snap it onto the key ring. It's a 32 gig ADATA flash drive. It's not a very fast flash drive, but it does what I need it to do. I'm very happy with it. So I'll run the DiskMark 64-bit version, and then I'm going to do all test to the C drive, and let me give you a close-up of what's going on there so you guys can see it. There we go. So, while that's running, I can put that other flash drive away. And I can put my little jeweler screwdriver away. I can put my Acronis boot USB away. Gosh, I love that Acronis tool. You see how easy that made the cloning process and how the desktop comes up exactly as it was before we started. The customer is going to see the exact same icons, same wallpaper, same login. All the icons are in the same place, same location on the screen. And as I'm walking around doing this, I don't know what the data transfer rate is, but I know it's going to be a lot better. I'm very confident. I mean, probably tops best case scenario, we're going to see around 500. I don't think we're going to see that on this laptop because of the limitation of the controller. And again, it's not the best, fastest drive. Oh, there it is. It's at 547. That's really good, really good. I hope to see write speeds of around, I don't know. I'd like to see at least half of the read speed to be the write speed. It's going to fill up this column first. If you're not familiar with Crystal Disk Info, it's a free software utility you can download. And then I really just pay attention to these two numbers. That's what I'm most interested in, the read and the write. But I go ahead and do all the tests anyway, just because people out there watching, it might be important to them. So these are all the reads, the different kinds of reads that it's doing, and then it'll do all the writes after that. And it does take a few minutes. You got to let that run. That's a whole world better. And if you're curious, you can download Crystal Disk Mark on your Windows-based computer and see how yours compares with this. And this has nothing to do with the CPU power or the RAM, really. This is just straight hard drive performance. So that can really make a huge difference, even on a computer that doesn't have the highest frequency clock. For the cost of what it costs you to do the upgrade, it's like I say, it's probably the most cost-effective upgrade you can do to any desktop or laptop. I see John. I don't know what. So John Huckabee is one of the moderators here, and I trust John implicitly. The fact that John is entertaining somebody who's apparently being rude or inconsiderate, I've got his back if he wants to kick you out. As far as I'm concerned, he doesn't have to ask you questions to justify your behavior. He could just kick you out. So it's nice of you, John, but you don't have to be that kind to people who are not showing courtesy to you or to others. Feel free to ban them from the page forever. We have a lot of viewers watching. A lot of people have come and gone. And we want to encourage people to come in by making this a welcome place for everybody. So just ban them. Feel free to ban them. You don't have to negotiate with them. And thank you for what you're doing, John. I appreciate it. He says we had about 4 or 5 trolls. Out of about 600 and some odd people that were watching, 4 or 5 is not bad. It's unfortunate we live in a world where they have to be here at all. So there are people, it's no different in business, right? There are people that are going to say, why should I pay you to do something I can do myself? Don't entertain that from a potential client. Just understand that some people will see a value in what you do and some people won't. And if you have to justify it, beyond, just a very simple reasoning like, well, this is, if you can't be bothered, if you've never done it before, I've got experience, I can do it fast, I know what I'm doing, you'd rather save money and take the risk yourself, that's up to you. Don't let people devalue your skills. Some people, you can hand them a bar of gold and they go, well, what good is this? What am I supposed to do with this? Am I supposed to shave off pieces of it to pay for stuff? And somebody else will go, holy crap, that's a bar of gold. That's incredible. It doesn't matter what it is in life. Some people will see the value and some people won't. And don't waste your time trying to convince somebody who wants to devalue anything that you cherish, such as your skills or even you as a person, your personality. You're wasting your time to try and change their mind. Just go, well, I'm sorry you don't like it, and move on. There's lots of other people on the planet. 7.5 billion people. You don't need to focus on any one of those. Just kick them. Just kick them, get them out. And that way we keep it friendly in here, We want to keep the good, positive vibe flowing in here. Everybody is courteous and supportive of each other. I always like how Chris Hardwick ends his show, like the At Midnight show, which just aired his final episode. He says, be kind to each other. Be nice to each other. And sometimes he says, be nice to each other, damn it. I totally get what he's saying. There's our numbers. 547 on the read and 468.9 on the write. Now, that's about 4 times faster than what was in there. That's incredible for the difference. It's like going from a crawl to being, Usain Bolt. I mean, it's, being a record Olympic runner to just crawling. It's a huge performance increase on that. And that is what justifies the cost of the upgrade. And you probably won't see that big of a difference. Like I say, he's got 6 gigs of RAM in there. And I couldn't see where the RAM was. Like when I was in there, I wasn't looking for it, but it also wasn't real clear to me where it was. And as you can tell, let me just raise this up a little bit. Back that up a little bit. Gosh darn it. One of these days, guys, I will have a cameraman, and this will all be behind me. I've got this computer is what we started the live stream off with, and you guys helped me with that. Thank you for your help. We all help each other here. So this one I'm going to install TeamViewer on and then activate a 1-year license for Malwarebytes, and then I can call the customer to deliver that back. This customer, when he's ready to pick this up, he was gone for the weekend. He's going to pick this up Monday. That's good to go. My hurry is always the rush isn't to get the customer back the computer as quickly as possible. That's not my hurry. My hurry is to get the job done as quickly as possible so it's ready when the customer is ready. In other words, if this customer wants to pick this up next week, I don't care. It's done. Customer can come whenever they want. I don't care. Most customers can't live a day without their computer, but some, some can wait. And so for those, my rush is to just get the job done, and then when the customer calls, they can come get it. Or when I call the customer and say, I just want you to know your computer's ready. Here's what the price is. It's generally, what's the expression I heard the other day? Under promise and over deliver, something like that. You really want to set the expectations to be worst case scenario. I told this customer it could be, I should have it ready by Monday. Here it's Saturday, it's already done. So it's ready when he's ready. This customer is ready whenever I'm ready. So it's getting a little late in the day to bring it back today. I'll probably do it tomorrow or maybe Monday. Sometimes I don't want to work on a weekend. On the other hand, if I do it during the week, I got to deal with rush hour traffic. This customer is about 45 minutes away in one direction. So going on a weekend may actually be a benefit to me. I hate setting the precedent specifically to a new customer that working on a Sunday is normal. That might have been okay when I was younger. Now I'm trying to get whatever time off I can grab. And it's pretty universally accepted here in the States that most businesses that are privately owned like this, it's not a retail business, are closed on weekends. And once you make an exception to that, you're setting a precedent. And the customers will come to expect that as normal. And a lot of businesses charge extra for after hours and weekend work. So again, that's the business side versus the technical side. All right, still got 522 people joining us in the chat. Let's give some final shouts out. And any final questions, now's your chance. I got to wrap this up. My battery's about dead. I am losing light as the day is getting dark outside, and you can see it affects the lighting of the video. I'm definitely not red and sweaty anymore. That caffeine is worn off, which is good. Hello from Stalingrad. No, this guy's just making stuff up. He just keeps putting different stuff in the chat. He wants attention. I guess you think you're funny. You're hilarious, dude. Hello from Romania. Steve from Mesa. Carrie, turn defrag off. You don't need to turn defrag off. Windows automatically knows we've switched to an SSD, and it will automatically adjust the defrag. Windows must still defragment solid-state drives. It does it in the background. It's critical. You can do some research on that with Google. You'll have to go into some of the TechNet forums, some of the more technical forums to understand. There's two schools of thought. There's the engineer of who understands how electronics works, and then there's the engineers who understand how the software works. And the engineers who understand how the software works will tell you the defragmentation is required. It doesn't happen very often. Am I hiring for my business? No, I'm not hiring. I've never had an employee, and I don't want to have one now. So let Windows maintain itself. With Windows 7, there was this issue of defrag not, it was a different kind of defrag in Windows 7 than what's in Windows 10. And whether or not Windows 7 properly detected your SSD, Windows 10 detects it. So Windows 10 automatically adjusts it, and you should not be defragmenting the drive yourself. Just let Windows maintain itself. Don't think you can outsmart it. You're going to end up shooting yourself in the foot. Rick is saying, thank you for the stream. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it. Do you have an office space where you do repairs or just in your house or home? I used to have an office space. I've let it go. I've cut that expense now, and I'm just now working out of the house. When are you and Mike going to do another Tech Vets? That's a very good question. I would love to do another Tech Vets with Mike. We are having a very difficult time getting our schedules to align. Mike is a very busy guy. Very busy guy. Would you change RAM if client asks on this laptop? I really don't want to open this laptop again. And because it's got 6 gigs instead of 4, I don't think the extra 2 gigs to 8 is going to be worth it. So for 2 reasons, I'm going to advise against it. Merle says, thank you for the video. Thanks, Merle. Jesse says, thank you and good night from Amsterdam. Thanks, Jesse. What browser do I prefer? I prefer Google Chrome. I'm glad you're putting out videos like this. Well, I'm glad that you guys are here to enjoy them. Do it on a weekend again so we can all watch it. You can all watch it after it's done. You don't have to watch it live. It'll be available forever. Once YouTube is done processing the stream, which will be a couple hours, you'll be able to fast forward through it and stuff because it won't be live anymore. So there's some advantage to that. I'm not available every weekend. I would love to, especially when I get the kind of turnout that we had like 650 people in here today, so which is awesome. One, is Carrie going to play Galaga on Twitch? Yeah. Yeah, as long as I've got work to do, all the games can wait. What else do we have? What do you think of the Corsair 400R case? Don't know. More live videos, please. Glad you guys like the live videos. I never really thought live videos were a good idea for me until I have a cameraman without somebody to move the camera around. It's not good. I think the videos I do the normal way, just filming and editing and processing, and much more professional looking. I have more control over the output, but I want to emphasize the authenticity, the genuineness of my videos, that everything is real. And certainly you saw that today. It's not always smooth. Most of the time it's this was one of the most difficult jobs I worked on in a long, long time. And I'm glad I did it from my own personal experience. And then to expose that to a bunch of people, you know, that you're trying to instill confidence in, and they're looking at you like, wow, you seem like you're not very confident. Well, I wasn't. And that's just part of being honest, you know. It's just part of, not every job is going to be simple. I prefer to show the simple ones because they make me look a lot smarter, quite frankly. It's a lot more confident. But it doesn't mean I won't do a job because I'm afraid of it. I can solve any problem. I can fix anything given enough time. And you know, with YouTube and Google, you can research what you need to know for most problems. You know, I already have a large assortment of tools, and I have a long history of experience with electronics and car mechanics, you know, mechanical car stuff. So I'm not suggesting that. I mean, you also can go and you know, if you set your mind to do something and see it through, you can do it. But you may have to invest quite a lot of money in tools that may be worth more than the job. I already have the tools, so. But yeah, Google's a great resource, and YouTube is a great resource, and I'll use it for all kinds of things, not just computer repair. I had a faucet that was leaking, and it was a kind of faucet I've never seen before, and it was really super easy. Once somebody showed me how to do it. Mike, the Subaru guy, fixed the air conditioner in my Chevy Blazer. And when I saw what he did, I said, I could have done that. I have the tools, and everything you did, I could have done. I just didn't know that's what needed to be done. So sometimes it's not just about, are you able to turn a wrench, but knowing which bolt to turn or in what order. And once he showed it to me, everything made more sense than it ever did before on AC units. I mean, I could have just dropped the car off to him and said, here, fix this and let me know when it's ready. But I wanted to be there and watch him do it so that I could gain the knowledge from him. Because AC units are something I never really learned. And in Arizona, it's a pretty important thing to know, or you become a slave to somebody else and they can charge you whatever they want. And how do you know if what you're being charged is fair? Or what if it's really, really hot and you need to wait because they're busy for the next 2 weeks because everybody's calling for AC repair? Wouldn't it be better that you could get out there and do it yourself, save money, and have it fixed right now, not have to wait? So that's what inspires me. Carrie, what is the model of the SSD? This was a Mushkin Triactor that I used today, and the only reason I bought it was because it was cheap. So yeah, I'm not Mushkin's a very reputable RAM manufacturer. I've never used their solid state drives before. I much prefer Samsung drives, but the Samsung drives were $50 more than this one at the time when I bought it. I think I've had it now for about 8 months. And I just thought, it'd be good to have a spare drive laying around, and now I don't have a spare drive anymore. But now that I mentioned that Corsair 500 gig drive, I'll put a link to it in the video notes when the video is processed from YouTube. I'll put a link to this really cool keyboard too. This is such a cool keyboard. I wish it had a numeric keypad, and some of the buttons are moved in different locations. Like, I'm used to delete being up here, but delete's down on this corner. But it's a solid, good gaming keyboard. It's really intended for gamers, but I like the feel of it. It doesn't really have any bells, whistles, or features. It's a pretty simple keyboard, but it's solid. I mean, this thing weighs like 4 pounds. Do I like Razer keyboards? I've never used a Razer keyboard, but I do like Razer products. What model of SSD is in the laptop now? What I just said, the Mushkin Triactor. It's weird to say things and then people ask the exact same question. That's really weird. Check 1, 2. Can you hear me now? Batteries died on the on the receiver part. So there's two parts of this wireless microphone, and they both require batteries. And it's a great microphone. You can hear me talking I can walk around the house. I could probably go out and check the mail. I mean, the distance that I get on this mic and the audio quality is awesome. It's also a $500 microphone. So I'd expect nothing less, but it was worth every penny. Worth every penny. So that's why I just lost audio. My battery had died. Batteries on these are, I think, 2,800 milliamp hour AA batteries. The receiver takes 2, and the sending unit transmitter takes 2. And they last about 9 hours, which is pretty good. I was buying alkaline, AA alkaline, like Duracell Energizer batteries, and they were going on me after about 7 hours, and it was getting really expensive. One of my viewers said, hey, is there a way I can get something on Amazon to support you? Do you need a tripod? Is there anything, and I said, I could use some lights, and I could use some rechargeable batteries. And the guy didn't really say anything to me. And then all of a sudden, 2 days later at my door, there were the lights and the batteries. And in fact, he ordered the wrong size batteries. And I didn't want to say anything to him because it was so nice of him to do it. And I thought, well, I can use AAA batteries and something else. And he emailed me, he said, did you get the package? I said, yes, thank you very much. And he said, I just realized I ordered AAA instead of AA. I'm going to put an order in for the AA's. I said, no, you don't have to do that. I've got a use for the AAA's. I appreciate your generosity. No, I insist. And he did it. And those are the batteries I'm using. And when you see me carry the lights around, those are the lights he bought. And it was just really nice of him. And he said, I want to support your channel. And if there's something I can, get you from Amazon. And I said, well, I can always use memory cards. Boom, there was a memory card, an SD card, Class 10 SD card in the mail. That's so cool. And so that just helps me to be able to bring the content to you much, much faster, because the more SD cards I've got, the better lighting I've got. Everything helps. And this stuff gets really expensive. When you got a $500 microphone, a $1,200 camera, the tripod I've got is like $100. It all just adds up. So anyway, not that anybody needs to feel obligated, but I just want to give credit to those folks. And he wanted to remain anonymous. And it was just really nice. I didn't ask him to do it. He came up to me, would you do this? So really, very nice people. But honestly, the best way you can support me is just by saying nice things and sharing the video or the links to the videos with other people. Share it on your Facebook page, share it on Twitter feed, whatever you use. Just to raise awareness of my existence for people that are interested. And I appreciate that. He's had a multitude of super chat requests. So for me to do super chat, I have to fill out a form on, it's not like I just click a button and turn on super chat. I have to fill out this whole form, and YouTube has to approve it. And I'm like, what's the point of that? There's a big advertisement. Even right here, I'm looking right at it. It says, say hello to Super Chat. It's a new, fun way to monetize your live streams. Viewers can purchase highlighted chat messages to stand out during your... I'm not out to sell you guys stuff. And maybe I should be. I don't know why you guys want it. Can you tell me why you want Super Chat? You want me to put links in chat for you to buy stuff? I don't understand why you guys want Super Chat unless you want me to sell you stuff. And I don't want to do that. Mega Anonymous, I add some of your videos on my own Facebook page. That's cool. Appreciate it. That's support. I dislike Super Chat. Lots of spammer kids. Oh, because I would get donations. I see. You get a donate button. So the problem when you start asking for donations, I've had I don't know if it's one guy, it feels like it's a couple of people that start calling me a beggar. And I've done my best to block those people, just a bad attitude. It's not begging. It is sort of like a way for people to show their support. And like I said, there's lots of other ways other than financial. There's certainly just saying nice things and sharing the video are two of the biggest ways, most important ways you can show your support. Participating in the live chat like you're doing is showing support. I mean, to have 454 people are watching right now, it's very flattering, and I love that. So I don't want people to feel any kind of an obligation regarding any financial support. And I don't want to deal with the trolls or the people that negatively see that as begging. It's discouraging to me. I will tell you that the YouTube videos don't pay very well. These videos do cost me more money to make than YouTube pays me. But I'm not doing it for the money. I'm doing it because I enjoy it. And it's because of you guys that I enjoy it. And that's all that's important. And if somebody wants to, financially support it, I thought it was really cool that the guy just ordered directly from Amazon. It's not like he's saying, here's $100, and he has no idea what I'm going to use that $100 for. This way he's able to, or she is able to know exactly what they're donating to the channel, and that I use those things. I use the batteries, I use the memory cards. I can never have enough lights, I can never have enough batteries. Things like a stand to hold the camera to get an overhead shot. I don't even know what I would need for that. I suppose I could make something out of PVC pipe, but I'd have to be able to break it down and get it out of the kitchen, or my wife would kill me. Maybe someday I'll be able to afford a studio, and then it won't even be my kitchen anymore. It'll look exactly like my kitchen, but it'll actually just be a green screen, and it'll still look like I'm in my kitchen. How cool would that be? But one of the advantages, if my plan is to eventually get back to Michigan, where I'm from, and most of the homes in Michigan have basements. Here in Arizona, it's pretty rare for a house to have a basement. And a basement would be a perfect studio for me because first of all, it's nice and cool, and things get really hot from all the lights. Secondly, I won't have to keep breaking down the set like I do here. This is a kitchen. I have to use it as a kitchen, which means everything that you see set up has to be moved. And all the stuff you can't see, the computer that's streaming, the monitor that I'm looking at, you can't see any of that stuff. The camera that I'm talking to right now, all that has to get put away. And when I want to refilm, all of it has to be re-brought up, re-cabled up again. It's a pain in the butt. So if I had a basement, that could be my permanent studio. It wouldn't cost me any more like a studio would here. I would have to have lights night or day, so I wouldn't be affected by the light outside like I am right now. And that's my ultimate goal, to get there, but it's not going to be for a few years. It's very expensive. Patreon is a website where you can donate. I tried starting a Patreon account, and people donated money to it, and I could never figure out how to get the money out of the account. It was really, really frustrating, and I couldn't get much help from the folks at Patreon because of that. And sorry, I was just walking off screen to check a text message. Anyway, any final questions before we wrap this up? My battery is just about gone on the camera. That's the other thing, camera batteries, battery chargers. The camera requires its own special battery. If I was in like a basement where I had a permanent setup, I could probably hardwire the camera and not run off batteries anymore. If I tried GoFundMe, no. You can use PayPal. Yeah, I've already got a donate link on the Tech Vets homepage. There's a donate to support Tech Vets, but you can use it to support the YouTube channel. If you go to tech-vets.com in the upper right corner, you will see a donate button. And when you donate, you can put in the notes section that this is for the YouTube channel. Again, I don't want to pressure anybody to financially donate. I'm not. At this point, everything's fine. I'm not in a situation where videos aren't being made because of any limitation of hardware. Right now, it's more of a limitation of time. I mean, I would love to get like an HDMI switcher and have multiple cameras I can switch while doing a live feed. That's $1,000 for an HDMI switcher. So I could do it with some software, and I'm not quite sure how I'd hook the cameras up. But there's, gosh, what's the software called? I know Mike Smith uses it, where you can do switching like that, but you still have to have something to plug the cameras into to switch. Carrie, can you clone from a failed hard drive? Depends on the failed hard drive. On some you can, and some you can't. I have used Acronis and told it to skip bad sectors, and have been able to recover. OBS. No, OBS is what I'm using right now. Wirecast, I think that's the one. Yeah, I think it's Wirecast. I built my computer with my son after watching your builds. That's from Jade Ash. That's awesome. You know, I don't have a lot in common with my father. He's very much into sports. I could care less about sports. I mean, I'm kind of excited about football. He doesn't like football, of course. I mean, we are exact opposites. So there wasn't a lot of bonding for things that me and my father were interested in. I think Star Wars was one of the best movies I ever saw. He's never seen it. He doesn't care to see it. He doesn't understand why anybody would want to see it. So to have the bonding experience with your son of building a computer, I'm jealous of. I wish my father and I could have shared that. And, you know, he's still alive. So maybe we'll still get that opportunity. But I think it's any excuse you have to bond with your kids. And a computer is something that everybody should share the interest in, even if it's for different reasons, right? The kid might want a game and you might want to, I don't know, do something else. Or you might want a game too, I don't know. But I just think that's awesome. Any sort of parent-child bonding like that is creating a memory that I don't think they'll ever forget, because it's not something you do every day. Patrick says, enjoy hanging out with you. Thanks, Patrick. It's really cool to hang out with you guys. Will there be a new Tech Vet show soon? I don't know. It's really, the podcast hasn't gone away. It's just really hard for Mike Smith and I to get our schedules to align. Mike has been extraordinarily busy, and the podcast is completely free. We don't charge anything for it. So when Mike's got paying customers waiting, he really has to prioritize them. Freedom Flight says, good video today. Thank you. Thank you. And Technology Nerd is one of the moderators. Thank you for moderating. I appreciate that. And Cindy Brady says, really interesting video today. Well, thank you, Cindy Brady. Mike Tech Show. Yes, Mike Smith of the Mike Tech Show is a friend of mine, and we do a podcast together called Tech Vets, or Veterans of Technology. He and I have combined over 50 years of professional computer repair experience. He does different kinds of repair than I do. We often have very different approaches to things, and we talk about the trials and tribulations of running a PC repair business. And you can go back and listen to the podcast. We started that back in 2009, so there's plenty of back issues to listen to. If you've never put it on a flash drive, listen to it in your car. It's completely free. It's audio only. Carrie, just post a link to your Amazon wish list. I really don't want to do that. I'm very sensitive, I guess, thin-skinned to people that misinterpret that as begging, so I'm not going to. Again, there's nothing I need on the wish list. The wish list is just a wish list. It's not like I got to have list. So anything on the wish list is not important. If anybody wants to, if you feel like you want to contribute financially by ordering something from Amazon, send me a private message. And then if you want me to mention your name and give you credit for that, or put it in the notes of a video when I use your stuff, of course I'm happy to do that. Or if you want to remain anonymous, whatever you want to do. And then we'll just kind of keep it on the DL so that people don't misinterpret the gift. You know, it's frustrating. They're fine taking the gift I give in education and videos and trying to, you know, expend my money by getting better video quality and better internet access, and better microphone, bigger memory cards. But if I ask anybody for anything back, it's begging, and it's just, I just don't want to open that Pandora's box, you know. Okay, final questions. We're going on just over 4 hours on this live stream, guys. So, yeah. Cool Place MB says, thanks for the great time, Carrie. Always enjoyable. Thank you. Carrie, how can I get pics off a failed hard drive? I really don't know. There are different tasks depending on, the type of drive it is and how it failed. Drives may not all be recoverable. There's no guarantee any data can come back. And if the data is important, I don't recommend you try and get it off yourself. If you just want to play around with it, just do Google searches, and you can go to like techguy.org for free support, and people can advise you there. But if it's data that's important to you, I would send the drive off to 300ddr.com. I think that nobody does a better job, faster, or for less money. These guys are really, really good. They don't pay me to, I don't know why the periods aren't showing up. DDR300 dot, that's weird, com. No, 300 DDR. 300 DDR.com. It's frustrating. Sometimes you'll see me type like this. When I'm sitting at my desk normally, like when I'm not talking to the camera, I could look at the camera and type in the quick brown fox jumped. I typoed. I know how to properly type. I just don't do it very often. So you'll see me do both ways. And for some reason, the little period key on this keyboard seems to be, it's a brand new keyboard. I barely used it. Sometimes it appears and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know why. Colin says, good night from London. It's 1:18 in the morning. Good night, Colin. Drakely says they were watching from Sweden. Lefteris Kukulis, I from Berkshire. Custom Computer says, keep up the great work, Carrie. Thank you. Carrie, I have an important document on my PC that completely turned all the letters and numbers into squares. Is there any hope for me to fix that? I don't know. I don't know what the document was created in or what could have happened to it. Obviously, we talk about backups, making copies of important files. And so you're never in this position. The PC Technic says hello from Israel. Bentonville, Arkansas, from Ray. Morton Rasmussen wants to know my favorite food. That's got to be pizza. Mike Bowker says goodbye from New Zealand. Goodbye, Mike. Thanks for joining us. Freddie says bonjour de France. I'm sure I'm totally hacking that. Technology nerds in Arizona. I didn't know that. Or if I did, I forgot. SpinRite. SpinRite is a hard drive utility. It's very, very old, it's very outdated, and it was never a good utility. I never recommended SpinRite. I still don't. I respect Steve Gibson, the creator, but you never make changes to a failing drive. It is the #1 rule in data recovery, and that's what SpinDrive does. And furthermore, sometimes SpinDrive can get a drive working again, and that gives many people, the false conclusion that they can continue to use the drive because it works again. SpinRite's a very dangerous utility. I don't think it should ever be used. Never, ever. Never. It would have been easy for Steve Gibson to make SpinRite a good tool. All SpinRite has to do is read the data from the source drive, and anything it can read, move it over to a target drive. That's how data recovery is done. Anybody who's a data recovery expert will tell you this is a very basic data recovery 101. You never, never make changes or alter the source drive you are trying to recover from. You read only. You only read from it. Spin rate breaks that rule right out of the gate. It is one of the single worst, most dangerous hard drive utilities that exists. And Steve Gibson has never updated it. As far as I know, the same version that you download today is the same version that you downloaded and used 8 years ago. I cannot recommend that tool. And you do what you want to do. It's not my data, but I won't run that on a customer system. I won't run it on my system. And if it's not good enough for me, it's not good enough for anybody that's any of my customers. So you take that information, you do what you want with it. But boy, I'll tell you what, I'd like to see that tool just disappear. What a horrible tool. It's such a promising tool. You know, there's stuff SpinRite can read, and then it tries to save it to the drive it's reading it from. It is so preposterous that anybody who knows enough how to recover data doesn't know not to change the data on the drive. It's almost offensive. Pizza delivery? No pizza delivery. That delivery stuff is junk. I won't eat that stuff. Carrie, do you like eggnog? No, eggnog no. Good night from Ireland. Thanks for an enjoyable stream. Thank you, the Circuit Wizard. Thanks for joining me. What's your favorite preferred antivirus software? I like MCSoft. EMSISOFT. Thanks for the cautious advice about SpinRite. Well, it's not RIGHT, it's RITE. That's how the product is spelled. Do you still film with Newegg? Newegg would contact me when they wanted to collaborate. The department that I worked with, all those people have been fired. And there was some infighting of different departments within Newegg that wanted to take that department over. And the department that took it over, now, as far as I know, last I checked, was still, there's still another department that still thinks they can do it better. Yet none of these people have ever done it before, but they all think they can do it better. And they've been putting out videos that aren't performing any better. They have not reached out to me to say what's going on internally. They have not reached out to me to say they're not going to use me anymore. They have gone silent. And the people that were the people I communicated with at Newegg are gone. And the person in charge has not taken a moment to introduce himself to me, to give me any word as to what's going on over there. So I have no idea. I mean, Newegg could call me tomorrow and ask me to come out, or they could never call me again. I have no idea. Who is MCSoft by? MCSoft is by MCSoft. People from England say hi. Hi, England. There's nothing against Newegg. Any large corporation has got politics, internal struggles. I had a debate with a guy at Newegg. We were talking about a video idea, and he wanted to, and I'm not going to mention names, but he wanted me to kind of do the hard sales pitch. And I said, why don't we just teach people, and we'll show them the tools we use to teach and offer to let them buy it if they want to buy it. Why do we have to do the hard sell? And his answer to me was, well, I wouldn't have a job otherwise. And that bothered me. Doing something unnecessary just to justify your job does not sit well with me. And I've run into a lot of people in areas of my life where they jump in unnecessarily and make changes that don't need to be made based on the fact that that's what they're paid to do. Like they've got to justify what they're getting paid for. And it's like, why don't you just do something else? Why do you have to protect your job? And the other thing that bothered me was the current crew that I was working with that are all fired never watched any of the content they made. And a lot of mistakes were made that I would catch. And it occurred to me that nobody's watching this. They would edit it. They would send it to the vendor for approval because the vendor's paid for it. And I said, this should be by geeks for geeks. But that's not how it worked. It were marketing people and camera people and sound people, and they could give a rat's behind over what they were filming. They didn't care. And that was really disheartening to be the only guy who cared. And they saw me as a pain in the butt because it mattered to me. And they're just like, what, just get it done. And I'm like, no, let's not just get it done. Let's do it right. And the only video that I had full say in was the very first video, which has performed better than any other video I've ever made and that any video Newegg has ever made. And that's the first how to build video I did for Newegg. Went over 1 million views in just over a year. Newegg's never had a video do that. And you think Newegg would say, wow, we can see these numbers. Let's have him do more. Let him control more now that he's proven himself. Those people are protecting their jobs. And again, I don't want to say anything bad about Newegg. I don't have any negative feelings. I like Newegg, and I like the people at Newegg. They're fantastic people. But any large corporation has these politics, and it's unfortunate. And you try and talk to the boss, he's too busy. He doesn't have time for it. That's what he hires managers for. And the managers are just looking at numbers. They don't really care about the audience. The audience is just somebody you sell to. So I was very disheartened, but I'm very proud of the work I did at Newegg. And, if there's an opportunity to do more, I'll have to think about whether or not I want to put myself back in that political situation. I have the freedom to do whatever I want here. I'm not guided by vendors. That's why you see a lot of ASUS at Newegg, a lot of certain vendors you see over and over because they pay Newegg for that. And it'd be nice to make content for the sake of making content. And instead of the vendors, because that's what happens. The vendors say, here's money, now make this video. Just like making a commercial. And I said, I won't do that. I'm not going to make a commercial. I'll talk to you about the product. And the way we negotiated it, you'll see I interview people on Newegg. They gave me a script one day that wanted me to describe a video card as explosive performance. And I said, what does that even mean? What does explosive well, who cares, Carrie? Just read the script. No, I'm not going to read the script. Go hire an actor. You can find somebody younger and better looking than me to read a script. I want to teach people, and I want to talk from real experience. They said, okay, take the video card home and test it. I go, no, you're not paying me for that. It's going to take me 2 weeks to test this card. I don't have the equipment or the time for me to come up with my own opinion as to whether or not, but I'm not going to say, I said, so here's what we'll do. Let the vendor send their own sales representative out, and I will interview them, and they can tell me the video card has explosive performance. I don't mind, but I'm not going to say it. And so these are the kind of political arguments we'd have. I don't want to misinterpret this. I don't want you guys to think Newegg's bad. Newegg's a fantastic company, great people. But once a company reaches a certain size with a certain number of employees, this sort of unnecessary drama and politics and selfishness jumps into it. And the whole reason behind why they're there gets lost, and it just becomes about protecting your job. And it makes me sad. But it's why I'm self-employed. I dealt with that at Intel. I've dealt with it at every large corporation where I've worked. The government was the worst. When I worked for the government, holy smokes, it was bad. People just stab each other in the back all day long. It was like being in high school all over again. Mr. Carey, I just bought the Zellman Z9 Neo Performance Gaming Mid-Tower case. Well, I'm not using it for gaming. It's just for an HT PC. What's the best motherboard for that? It just depends what CPU you go with. I like to use Asus and Gigabyte motherboards. That's just me personally. Merle says, thank you to John Huckabee for moderating the chat. Yes, thank you to all of the moderators, Technology Nerd and Brytech, and all the moderators that are not abusing their power and are treating you all fairly and making sure that the bad guys, the abusers, are being kicked out and hopefully permanently blocked from coming back in. Steve is working on an update for SpinRite. I understand what you're saying, but it didn't work. Steve would not be able to stay in business. His reputation would be ruined. His reputation is ruined. If you look, I would encourage you, you don't take my word. I don't want you to take my word on anything ever. Always verify, no matter how much you trust the source. Talk to anybody who does data recovery for a living. Talk to the owner of 300ddr.com. Go to Scott Moulton over at myharddrivedied.com. Talk to anybody who does data recovery and ask them what their opinion is of Steve Gibson and SpinRite. And let them tell you. You don't have to hear it from me. And if you choose not to believe it, you know what? These are opinions. There are basic rules in data recovery, and there's nothing you can tell me that makes what Steve Gibson did justifiable with his SpinRite program. It is unacceptable. It is so patently wrong, it's offensive. And so everything Steve Gibson does when it comes to data recovery is going to be held under scrutiny from that point forward. And in that way, in data recovery, his reputation is ruined. Where Steve Gibson's reputation is strong is in security. Steve Gibson is very good at security. But when it comes to data recovery, it is fundamentally flawed right from the foundation. And ask any professional data recovery expert and listen to what they tell you. I'm very confident that you will not find a single professional in data recovery that will tell you that they like or recommend SpinRite ever. And if you can find one, please give me their name. Send me a private message on YouTube. Tell me their name and how I can reach them, because I want to talk to them. I'm that confident you won't find a single professional in data recovery. Not one. But don't take my word for it. Go look. You'll see. Prove me wrong. Is the laptop job fixed price, or does the customer pay for your talking? No, it's a fixed price. Sanjeev says, hello from Trinidad. Hi, Sanjeev. The more you're sitting there talking about Newegg, the less likely they'll want to work with you. Newegg doesn't watch these videos. Newegg doesn't watch their own videos. I'm not worried about Newegg watching a video. And again, I'm not saying anything that's not truthful. I'm not talking badly of Newegg. I'm just telling you these were the obstacles. I'm just being honest. And if anybody thinks that the honesty is insulting or hurtful, nothing I can do about that. I can't control how somebody interprets. Like if I yell, hey, stupid, and you think I'm talking to you, is that my problem? Think about what I said. What is a comfortable CPU temp for you, Carrie? It depends on the CPU and what the specifications of that CPU are. Carrie, you should be the CEO of Newegg. Now, I'm sure I would be dead from a heart attack, but that's too stressful. They got a lot of stuff going on at Newegg. It's very complicated to run a multi-million-dollar business. You deal with the politics between the vendors. You got to deal with employees. You got to deal with taxes. You got to deal with import and export, government stuff. It's, payables, receivables, yeah. Okay, guys, just we're at 4 hours and 23 minutes, so I really want to wrap it up. Any last questions? This is it. I'm going to wrap it up. If somebody wants to argue and fight, they can go do that somewhere else. I'm not doing that here. When will you stream again? I will do live streams whenever there is time. Do you have good speakers? I have what I think are the best PC speakers, which are made by Klipsch. They're Klipsch. Oh, it's not typing. Klipsch. These are what I have are called ProMedia, and I have the 2.1s. I don't like surround sound. I don't like the cables running across the floor or having the cable up in the ceiling, and the wireless ones suck. So I like 2.1, which is just a left and right speaker with a sub, and they're THX-certified, and they are better than the stereo speakers I had. I mean, I had these huge PV SP2 speakers when I was DJing in the late 80s, early 90s, and these things cranked out the tunes. And these little Klipsch speakers sound just as good. They're not as loud. I mean, they're loud, don't get me wrong. If you've ever seen a PV, it's a PEAVEY SP2. If you look that up on Google, it's a big concert speaker. It's like what bands set up on a stage when they play. I used to use those when I DJ'd. I used to DJ science fiction conventions. So we had some local conventions here in Phoenix, one called CopperCon, one's called Leprechaun, one was called WesterCon. Many of these conventions still happen, but what you guys know today as Comic-Con is more or less what we had back in the day. There was some underage drinking going on. We partied, and there were a lot of authors, sci-fi authors, like Michael Stackpole was local. He would come and he would sign, autograph books. Painters, celebrities in the sci-fi world, comic books, things like that. And I did the dances, and we had lasers and fog machines. And so the PV-SP2s were the speakers I used with a Yamaha 501 amp. And we had good times, and they were loud. And you couldn't scratch them. They were all felt on the outside. You couldn't mark them or dent them or scratch them. They're indestructible speakers. But these Klipsch ProMedia 2.1s, crisp, clean, amazing speakers. And I paid like $250 for them years ago. And I think you can pick them up for about $100, something like that. Sometimes they're on sale at Best Buy. Yeah, I did not DJ like Skrillex or Deadmau5. I just DJ'd like a radio station DJ. I put the tunes on and got the mood in the room up, and it's good times. The criticism back then was, in the 80s and the early 90s, there was an argument about those who didn't feel that synthesizers belonged in music. So we had the two major genres that people wanted to hear was either rock and roll that contained only like electric guitars, or synth pop. So synth pop would be known today as EDM or electronic dance music, but synth pop was like Depeche Mode, Erasure, lots and lots of top 40 type music, Thomas Dolby, and then you had your kind of rock and roll guys who wanted to hear Def Leppard and Van Halen. And even though Van Halen had a synthesizer in it, for some reason that didn't count. I don't know why. and so there would be people that were very critical. Oh, he's playing synth pop. He's not even playing rock and roll. And other people go, no, he's just playing. You can't dance to Def Leppard. You got to put on, whatever it was. So you can't please everybody. And I tried. I played a little of everything, from ZZ Top to Aha. I guess I just did that backwards. Aha begins with an A, right? A to Z. I love synth. I absolutely love synth. I'll show you guys something real quick. Let me just, then I'm going to wrap this up. But I'll just give you a sneak peek at... I like synth, and it's a keyboard. I'm good with that kind of keyboard. I should be good with this kind of keyboard. And if you want to see something really, really cool, check out, if you haven't seen this before, you're in YouTube now, do a search when we're done here, which I'm going to wrap up here in a minute. This keyboard, by the way, is about 30 years old. This keyboard is a very old keyboard. And I don't know how to play very well. I can play a little bit, but my interest comes and goes. Anyway, do a search on YouTube for piano BeatBoxer. And there's a guy, he's a kid, like he's in his bedroom, you see his bed in the background, and he's amazing. He's absolutely, he plays music for people, and people will cry from how beautiful it is. And I would love to have that impact on people, for not to hurt their feelings, but for them to feel like, wow, that's so beautiful, I'm tearing up. That is just amazing that music has that power on many, many people. And when I was younger, is this going to work? There, I got to turn it on. When I was younger, I used to just, you know, like some people type with just one finger. I used to just play around. I used to, I want to learn how to play properly, and there's some great how-to videos on YouTube where you can get a piano and follow right along with free lessons. It's so, I wish I'd have had that in the 80s, because I would be so much better. But I learned to just kind of play one-fingered, and it's stuff I've known for years. See, I'm already off. I used to like to play, I used to like to put on the pipe organ and do the... I don't even remember it anymore. I can't it's been such a long time since I played, and I want to get back into it and just do like I used to do. Just, God, I can't remember a lot of the stuff. I never could play with two hands. I could never make this hand do something different than this hand. But if I was never properly taught. But I love synth, and there's so much you can do with it. I'm screwing up. But that's just, it's like riding a bicycle. Like once you learn how to play certain songs, you'll never forget them, and you know, and it's just a little bit of practice. I wanted to show that to you because I hope within a couple months' time, I'll bring this back out and you'll be like, wow, he's a lot better. I hope. And that's how you learn. You know, you're never going to just, this goes back to teaching the tech stuff. You're never going to learn by watching YouTube videos and reading web blogs. You have to do it. Nothing replaces experience. And you're not going to get it right the first time. You have to get up and do it again and again and again, and it's through constant repetition and never quitting until it's right. And you will get better and better and better with time. And when you look at this piano BeatBoxer guy, he makes it look so easy. And try and replicate that. Even if he were to teach you, you would have to keep practicing and practicing and practicing to get all the timing and rhythm right, assuming you were able to hit the right keys. One of the things that's discouraging about playing piano for me is sometimes there are keys where you've got to hit like this. And my hands are just not big enough. You know, I can't do that without hitting other keys. You have to kind of go to the edge. So I either need bigger hands or a smaller keyboard, or perhaps maybe even proper training, God forbid. But I just enjoy music is a big part of my life, and it can really impact people in a very positive way. And anyway, I like synth. I don't see any problem with it. And songs that can be pure synth, or songs that just have a little synth, I don't care. You know, like anything else, I don't just like a song because it has a synth, and I won't dislike a song like people did in the 80s. I automatically don't like that because it has synth. To where we are today, where there's, you know, EDM music, which is nothing more than what we called synth pop back in the 80s. It's the same thing with a different name. So anyway, you know, I'll be the example, and you guys will see, wow, I remember when he could barely play that thing, and now he's doing all this crazy stuff. One of these days, in my spare time, can't do this and game and make videos and run a business and have a wife and have a family and have friends. There's only 24 hours in the day, and you got to sleep some of that time. So, hey, thank you guys for joining me so much. I really appreciate it. Had a good time. And the stream will be available after YouTube processes it. It's a big stream. We're at 4.5 hours. It's going to take a while to process. And then you'll be able to fast forward and jump through it, etc. So for everybody who jumped in the chat, for everybody who's participated today, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I will catch you all again very soon. Until then, bye for now.